I'd like to call the April 17th, 2024 Board of Selectmen's meeting to order at 6:30. I will read a statement from the Board of Selectmen. The Wolfeboro Town Manager has retained Municipal Resource, Inc., MRI, to review the Planning and Development Department's administration of the town's land use regulations. Michael L. Donovan of Concord, New Hampshire, has been assigned to this project by MRI to conduct the review. Mr. Donovan has several years of experience in land use planning and municipal administration. The review by Mr. Donovan is expected to take will take about 6 to 8 weeks. Okay, we'll get into our agenda. We have 7 public hearings, and I want to thank you all for coming. I don't know the last time we've had this large of a crowd to a Board of Selectmen's meeting. We'll start off with a temporary event, public hearings. So, Mr. Town Manager, do we have a need for a non-public?
Madam Chair, we do 2 items, one under reputation and one under consideration of legal advice.
All righty. Okay. I'll start the first public hearing. The Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen to hold a public hearing on Wednesday, April 17th, 2024 at approximately 6:30 p.m. at the Great Hall Town Hall, 64 South Main Street, Wolfeboro, New Hampshire, to consider a temporary event permit for the First Congregational Church to hold a blessing of the boats on June 1, 2024 at the town docks from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., permit number 2024-26, and I'll open up the public hearing. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak to it? Come on up to the microphone and please state your name for the record.
I'm Joanne Moe. I'm a deacon at the church. First, I want to thank Brian for getting in touch with me yesterday and letting me know that my application was incomplete. He provided me with the documents that I needed, and I made copies.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see.
I made a good map.
Thank you. You're a cartographer.
Thank you.
Okay, you want to kind of explain to the audience what is going to happen in your event?
What we would like to do is on the brick walkway that is between the lake and Cape Park, where the walkway is wider there, and we wouldn't necessarily interfere with the flow of pedestrian traffic. We would like to have a brief ceremony that would include maybe a hymn, last about 10 minutes, a couple of prayers for the lake and for boaters. It's based on a Celtic prayer about the ocean, but we've modified it to be more lake-oriented. And then we would be out on the town docks to offer a blessing to any boater that was there with their boat. It's strictly voluntary. We have a little magnet type thing that they can have to go on their boat once we bless the boat. So we would just move around on the different town docks and offer blessing to anyone who wanted it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to give any public input to this permit? Seeing none, hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Board members, any comments, questions, concerns?
So it kind of gives me fond memories because when I was a youngster,
we would go over to the church in Meredith, where Church Landing now is, and the priest would be at the end of the dock, and the boats would line up down the bay, and he would bless the boats as they all went by. And we used to go every year with my grandparents and the whole bit. So I think it's a nice activity.
Oh, good.
Board members, anybody else have any comments or questions? Hearing none, can somebody give me a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to hold a temporary event permit for the First Congregational Church to host the Blessing of the Boats on June 1, 2024 at the town docks from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Paul, seconded by Dave. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, you have your permit.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'm going to step down from the next public hearing. Dave, will you take that?
Yep. Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen to hold a public hearing on Wednesday, April 17th, 2024, approximately 6:30 p.m. at the Great Hall, 84 South Main Street, Wolfeboro, to consider a temporary event permit for the Wolfeboro Lions Club to host the 48th Annual Great Smith River Canoe and Kayak Race on May 18th, 2024 at Albee Beach and Dockside from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., permit number 2024-27. Somebody here to represent the Lions?
I'm Roger Murray. I'm here on behalf of the Wolfeboro Lions Club. This is the 48th running of the Great Smith River Canoe and Kayak Race. It's a fundraiser for Lions scholarships. As in the past, the race begins at Albee Beach, traverses Lake Wentworth to Smith River, through Smith River to Crescent Lake, across Crescent Lake to the Crescent Lake Dam, where there is a short portage, and then into the always exciting rapids, then down the rapids to under Center Street, and then to the Excelsior Mill Portage into Back Bay, and down Back Bay to the town docks at the finish line. We will have Lions Club members at the dam, the rapids, and at the Excelsior Mill Portage. We're also coordinating with Fire Rescue. I've spoken to Nate Nichols, and they view this as an excellent training opportunity. For the race, registration starts at 10 o'clock at Albee Beach in the morning. This year we've entered the 21st century. You can now register online. We accept credit cards. And we have our state water event permit. We are in the process of applying for a signed permit at Brewster. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
I just have one. How many racers do you expect?
We'd like to get about 75 boats.
Excellent.
Any other questions at this point? Any questions? I'll open the public hearing. Any questions from the public? We'll close the public hearing. Board?
Yeah, I'll just add that this is a great event. Obviously, as Roger said, it's been going on, it's our 48th annual one, so it's been around for a while. Been a lot of fun, and I used to work at it and participate in it, so it's hope for good weather. And
Yes, last year the weather people did us no favors. They kept telling us it was going to rain, which it didn't.
yeah.
So I move to approve a temporary event permit for the Wolfeboro Lions Club to host the 48th Annual Great Smith River Canoe and Kayak Race on May 18, 2024 at Albee Beach and Dockside from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., permit number 2024-27.
Second.
Okay, we had a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Roger.
Okay. I'll read the next announcement. The Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen to hold a public hearing on Wednesday, April 17th, 2024 at approximately 6:30 p.m. at the Great Hall, Town Hall, 84 South Main Street, Wolfeboro, New Hampshire, to consider a temporary event permit for the New England Vintage Boat Museum to host the New England Vintage Boat Auction on Saturday, July 13th from 10 to 3 p.m. with previews on July 11th and 12th from 12 to 5 at the Nick, 10 Trotting Track Road, permit 2024-28. Is there anybody, I'll open up the public hearing. Is there anybody in the audience to speak to this event? Okay, board members, what do you want to do? This is an event that Nick has run for years.
Yes.
Do we feel comfortable going ahead? If it's that, I will take public input.
I spoke with the individual who's putting on the event and mentioned that the insurance policy would be lapsed by the time the event happened. She said this happens every year based on the time that they get their policy, and that she would receive a new policy on 6/21/24 and have a new binder sent to the town hall. She does it customarily every year. So I have no problem with this event.
Okay, can I get a consensus that we'll move on and I'll take public input?
Yeah.
Everybody comfortable?
Yes.
Okay, is there anybody in the public who'd like to speak to this temporary event? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Board members, does anybody else have any comments or concerns about this temporary event permit? Hearing, seeing none, can I have a motion?
Move to approve a temporary event permit for the New England Vintage Boat Museum to host the New England Vintage Boat Auction on Saturday, July 13, 2024, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., with previews on July 11th and 12th from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. at the Nick, 10 Trotting Track Road, permit number 2024-28.
Subject to updated insurance?
Yeah.
Yeah, subject to updated insurance.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Brian, second by Paul. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, they have their permit. All right, I'll open up the next public hearing. In accordance with RSA 41:9-A4, the Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing to receive public comment on the implementation of a utility license application with a fee of $100. The purpose of this permit is an effort to protect the town's infrastructure. Anyone proposing to work on the town's water, sewer, drainage, or electric system owned or controlled by the town of Wolfeboro, including systems located on private property that connect to the public system. The public hearing will be held on Wednesday, April 17th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. in the Great Hall at Town Hall, located at 9 Union Street, Wolfeboro. Any persons wishing to be heard on this matter are invited to attend the hearing and make their opinions known. Full permit can be viewed on www.wolfeboronh.us. Written comments may be submitted to the town manager's office, 84 South Main Street, P.O. Box 629, Wolfeboro, New Hampshire 03894, or be emailed to the town manager's secretary. Mr. Pinio, are you going to start this off?
So this was brought to us by our Director of Public Works. We have a number of instances where there are some construction which takes place, which involves digging up the roadway, and the Director of Public Works feels that it's important to work through excavation and licensing permits so that we can ensure that the vendors are restoring the roadway to previous conditions, and that there's a method to go after such contractor if they are done substandard. Steve Randall is here to speak on its behalf if you have any further questions.
Okay, does anybody of the public like to speak to this public hearing? Seeing and hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Board members?
I'd like to make a motion to take the...
Wait,
That's a couple questions and comment here. Perhaps Steve could answer this, is this is going to be an annual permit, gathering by looking through this, Steve. If a local contractor comes in to get a permit, say in June sometime, do a project, does that cover him for the rest of the year for any other projects he's going to do? Or would you have to put one of these in for each of the projects that he would be digging in the road for?
I was going to do it for calendar year. So if they come in July, it'll expire at the, December 31st. So that was my thought, just run first to the end of the year.
Yep.
Yep.
And they
Just come in, you can get, if you do water, you come in, you get your water license, and you can do as many projects as you want for that one license.
Yep. As long as they notified you when they're going to be
Correct.
working in the street, obviously, so,
Yep.
okay. No, that was my main question, so, thank you.
Brian, did you have a question?
Yeah, well, it was a question, but I wanted to make a motion to change the $100 fee to a dollar fee.
Well, right now, we'll have this, and let me make sure I get any comments from any others, and then I'll let you make that motion, okay? Paul?
Yeah, I had the same question that Brad had. So why not a per?
Well, that's what the excavation fee is for. So the utility license is just so that you can work in the town. You can dig in the town. It's a one-time annual fee. That's kind of industry practice. And then the excavation permits are the ones per
project.
per project. So if you're coming into town, you get your water license, but you're going to do 5 projects, you have 1 utility license, 5 excavation
Got it.
permits.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any comment? Brian?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to change the fee to just $1. I believe in having them come in and do the licensing, but I know that the fee is going to be paid by the contractor, and it's going to be passed on to the people in the town of Wolfeboro. It's just going to happen. So I don't mind having the licensing, but I'd like to have a lower fee. So I'd make a motion to make the fee $1.
Do I have a second? Hearing no second, that motion failed. Any more discussion? All right, can I have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that the, move to adopt the what was it here? The
Utility license?
utility license application presented by the Public Works Director this evening to go into effect as of this date, I would assume, date of this meeting here.
Jim, date of the meeting?
Steve, when would you like it effective?
As soon as possible.
As of today.
That would be fantastic.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, effective today. I think that's it.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Is that Paul?
Yep.
Okay. Any further discussion? So I have a motion by Brad, a second by Paul. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed?
Abstain.
I've got 1 abstention. All righty. Okay, now I'll open up the next public hearing. In accordance with RSA 41:9-A4, the Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing to receive public comments on the proposed amendment to the excavation permit application, including the implementation of fee schedules as follows. And there's a place to check: new permit, renew permit. There'll be an administration and inspection fee of $2,500, which is non-refundable.
250.
I mean, 250, thank you. A non-refundable 2-year surety, $5,000 bond, street damage fee, $10 per square foot, times how many feet you have, and it's non-refundable. Infrastructure damage fee, $5 per square foot, again, non-refundable. The public hearing will be held Wednesday, April 17th, 2024, at 6:30 p.m. in the Great Hall at Town Hall, located at 9 Union Street, Wolfeboro. Any persons wishing to be heard on this matter are invited to attend the hearing and make their opinions known Full permit can be viewed at www.wolfeboronh.us. Written comments may be submitted to the Town Manager's Office, 84 South Main Street, P.O. Box 629, Wolfeboro, New Hampshire, 03894, or emailed to the Town Manager's Secretary. I'll open this, pass it over to you, Jim.
Yeah, so same thing. Steve, do you want to speak to this? I believe you did get a little input regarding some minimal changes in some language, correct?
So we did, we received a couple emails on some changes for verbiage or layout lineup stuff. But basically, the intent of this is very similar to what we said before. Somebody comes in and works in the street, they are responsible for that patch, not the town, not going forward. So this will cover any damage to the street. They will then be held responsible for that patch for up to 2 years. And then, going forward, we shouldn't have as much sinkholes or damage or offset stuff that we do now, that we don't have to pass back on to the taxpayers.
Okay?
This is only for,
Right.
okay, go ahead.
Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak to this permit? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Brian?
This is only for public roadways, not private roadways, correct?
It's only for town roads. Yep.
Madam Chair.
Paul?
Yeah, nice letter received by Mary Pinkham Langer. Offered some wording issues. I don't know whether you're keen to accept those or not. I mean, they appear to be right. I mean, so I just have a question. If this language is going to be adopted, should we wait until the language is cleaned up, or do we adopt subject to language cleanup? What's the pleasure? What do you want to do?
So the language in there is, it is right. It's certainly not wrong. I don't know as necessary it applies to this. I mean, we could certainly put it in there, but, like the reference to 1,000 yards exports and things like that, that's not what this is for. And these permits all have to get approved. So it's not a commercial pit application. It's really a street patch. So we could certainly do that, and we can put that verbiage in there if that's what the board would like. To me, it's not really part of this.
I'm going to olay that one back to you. You determine what's right.
I don't think it's needed. I think it adds more verbiage to a permit that doesn't need to be there. I think simpler is better.
Yeah, I'll agree with Steve on that. When I read through the email there and stuff, that's more applicable to like a sand pit or a gravel pit application.
Right.
And that's what the 155E is mainly geared towards. So the RSA is this application permit is for digging a hole in the road to tie into a utility. You're talking, 10 foot by 10 foot,
Yeah.
5 feet deep, something like that. It's not really applicable, the language that she was talking about in her letter.
I have one comment. There is one grammar error. We can just make that one change.
Sure.
That's the only one I think really would be good to.
The affect?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Does anybody else have any more comment on this? Hearing none, can I have a motion?
Yeah, let's see, put it away here. I'll make a motion to adopt the excavation permit application as presented by Steve Randall, the Public Works Director, with that minor spelling change on it, as presented here, so.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Brian. So I have a motion by Brad, second by Brian. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Thanks, Steve.
That's
Can
done.
this go into effect as well?
Yes,
this
we'll do this effective today.
Thank you.
Okay. I think this is the one everybody's
This is the
been
main event.
been waiting
This is it.
for. We're on to it.
you've all been
I'll
waiting
open up the next public hearing. It's the Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen. We'll hold a public hearing will be held Wednesday, April 17th, 2024, at 6:30 p.m. in the Great Hall at Town Hall, located at 9 Union Street, Wolfeboro, to make comments on the discontinuation of the seasonal water lines. The Wolfeboro Water Department has approximately 200 seasonal water line customers. These customers are fed with thousands of feet of smaller diameter plastic pipe that is run above ground in ditches and woods. These pipes have been identified as a potential risk for contamination to the water system and a large maintenance cost to the town. It is recommended by DES that they either be replaced with industry standard materials or removed, and the services to those homes be terminated. And then there's a statement about people with disabilities. This was posted on the town office on April 1. It was in the Granite State News on April 11th, and on in the Conway Daily Sun on April 4th. Jim, would you like to start off with some comments, and then I guess we'll get Steve up, and then we'll open up for other comments?
Sure. First of all, thank you for everybody who has called in to discuss this matter with our office, and I think probably a large number of the people here are here for this purpose. A little bit of background. In 2017, the town received our water department sanitary survey. There was some conversations that took place in that survey. We received a subsequent survey in 2021 and again in 2023. With those timelines in effect, to give you a little bit of background, when the 2017 sanitary survey came out, we also finalized an asset management plan for the water system. At that time, in 2017, it identified the replacement of seasonal water lines being approximately $2.3 million, and that we should be replacing those every 20 years. Further, in the New Hampshire DES sanitary survey report that we received, it lays out some items, and I'll just cover a couple of them in the summary here. So the first thing it states in the summary is regarding our plan forward. The program plans to reduce the potential risk for contamination of the entire water system by eliminating small diameter plastic pipes that are shallow, buried, or along some routes laid atop of the ground with direct access to the meter, shut off, and in one location, a sample tap. Some of these mains have been in existence since the 1960s. We commend the Wolfeboro Water Department for taking on this very important project. It further goes on to say, continue to work to develop a plan to replace all seasonal water mains. And then when we get into the report further, it talks about acknowledgements. And one of the acknowledgements is the Department of Environmental Services commends the Wolfeboro Water Department for beginning the primary evaluation on addressing seasonal water mains. DES recognizes that the permanent solution may take years to fully implement. We are happy to hear that a consultant has been hired to help identify high-risk areas for either upgrade or cutoff, and urge the water system to continue the process to remediate this important issue. And then it talks about further in the distribution that the seasonal water line work should be a priority item for the Wolfeboro Water Department to eliminate potential contamination of public drinking water. This is likely to take many years, so begin initiating sooner rather than later. Incorporate this into the asset management plan, determine the costs and appropriate approach of the project moving forward. I think we're here tonight to tell you, number one, there is no intention of shutting you off immediately. The intention here is to work on plans to reduce the risk to the water system. Some of that may involve having to eliminate some water lines. We did last December go through an area that we were looking to convert a seasonal water line to a year-round line. However, when we did that core borings on that roadway, it was determined that this would be cost prohibitive for us to move forward. So we are now in a position where we are evaluating our options moving forward. The Board of Selectmen suggested we hold a public hearing. We're holding the public hearing to garner your input. And I would just reiterate, there is no immediate intention on turning anybody's water off. And I do believe that one of the items going forward with this project is going to be, for better terms, neighborhood workshops, because we can't address the entirety of all 200 users under one meeting. We are going to have to break this down into bite-sized morsels for the town to be able to absorb, the water department to be able to absorb, and you as the customers to be able to absorb. So with that stated, I'd like to hand it off to Steve Randall, Director of Public Works, to talk briefly about where we're at and what our plan going forward is. And I do believe there may be somebody here from DES who may want to speak as well. Steve?
So again, I'd like to just reiterate what Jim said. We've already started to turn on some of these lines. We're going to continue to do it, obviously, over the next couple weeks. It's a little slow going right now due to a lot of the storm damage, and we have to clear some of these lines and repair them. So they will all be on here shortly. That was always the plan. This is just strictly to figure out where we're going to go from here. So as Jim referenced, our sanitary surveys over the last few years have pointed out this as an area of concern. So where we are at right now is to try to come up with a time frame that we can try to work in, and then come up with a plan within that to figure out where we're going to go to start the conversation. So this is, I brought this originally before the board the end of January. So this is only our second time even broaching the subject. So what I am looking for is just a vehicle so that we can start to become in compliance and move it forward.
Okay, I'll open up the public hearing. What I will ask is you state your name for the record when you come up and speak. If by any chance you have any documents that you're going to hand us, I'd like you to take a card. It will be give you the email address of the recording secretary, and if you can email it to her, it makes it a lot easier for us to get it over to the secretary and get it attached to the minutes. So if you need that, the cards are there. Come on up, we'll start with you.
Good evening, I'm Ed Cooper, and I'm here representing the Wolfeboro Camp School. I am a former head of the school and now serve as an advisor to the current head, Kathleen Nicholson, who wish she could be here but is traveling for enrollment purposes. I'm here tonight along with 3 other representatives of the camp school. As you may know, the Wolfeboro Camp School is a residential nonprofit academic summer school for middle and high school students, and it's situated on Russ Pond, just off on the Pleasant Valley side. The school was founded in 1910. The camp school typically houses and cares for a community of 200, comprising students, faculty, and faculty families. Seasonal water is delivered to over 40 separate structures by our own water network. Our sustainability, long-term sustainability, depends first on successful enrollment and hiring, of course, but then on campus infrastructure, including water. Town has an impressive history of successfully maintaining and providing a seasonal water system to the area. We appreciate that the town's annual cycle is as challenging as it is a priority, and of note is the fact that the town water lines on Pleasant Valley are now closer but remain 1/2 miles away on Camp School Road. From the camp school's perspective, the likely cost and time required to engineer and install an alternative access to year-round water will undoubtedly be a considerable and unwelcome threat to our sustainability. Our options could include building a system and installing a system of wells or connecting our seasonal system to the year-round water supply on Pleasant Valley. Any such effort will require a substantial combination of planning, fundraising, and financing, as well as additional and unwelcome pressure on our tuition for tuition increases. Finally, the notice for community input on this topic tonight includes the following wording. It is recommended by the DES that the system either be replaced with industry standard material or removed and service to those homes be terminated. From our perspective, that statement certainly deserves a qualifier which acknowledges that at least one long-standing and sizable residential business community is included on the seasonal water system. On behalf of our board and trustees and our head of school, we implore you to find a way to continue providing seasonal water to the Wolfeboro Camp School. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Is there somebody else who'd like to speak?
Sure, I'll speak.
Come on up.
Really?
Jim Thompson, 53 Osgood Road, Kensington, New Hampshire. And I have a camp at 36 McCarthyana Road here in Wolfeboro. 1960, my granddaddy built that camp. It was a shell. He finished off the inside. He was pumping water out of Merrill Lake. The early 60s, the town of Wolfeboro talked him into tying into camp water line. This will be good water. It'll be certified to drink. You'll be much better off than taking it out of Merrill Lake. In the early 2000s, town of Wolfeboro septic treatment plant was spraying effluent out onto the ground, out in the water table that leads to Merrill Lake. And that effluent, like all effluent, contains large amounts of phosphates. Phosphates, for any of those that are agronomy majors like me, are a major cause of cyanobacteria blooming. So guess what happened to Merrill Lake? Yeah, you guessed it, cyanobacteria bloomed. The problem with cyanobacteria blooms is when they bloom, they create toxins, toxins that cannot be filtered out. So I cannot go back to pumping out of Merrill Lake because I would be pumping toxins into the camp. That's not a good thing. So I implore you all to please continue the temporary water lines that I have seen no problems with, except once in a while they spring a leak. We report them to you guys. The water department comes right out and fixes them. I don't understand DES's concern, but anyway, thank you.
Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Come on up.
Hi, I'm Sebastian Tordonato, a resident of Wolfeboro, a full-time resident now. I have a couple of comments and some questions. My initial comment is the noticing for this hearing left a little bit to be desired. Did we finally get a letter informing us of the meeting? Yes, we did. I think it was yesterday. It was postmarked the 10th. And we received it yesterday. That's not your fault, but it still took a long time to get it. As per the letter, it said it was noticed in the newspaper on the 11th, and so my wife and I both scoured the newspaper. It was not noticed in the newspaper on the 11th for this part of the meeting, the water shut-off. So leaves a little bit to be desired. The only reason we found out about it is one of our friends in town saw it on Facebook. He said, hey, you know, you live over on Oakwood Road. You got seasonal water, right? I said, yeah. He says, well, they're going to shut your water off. That's how we found out. So that's why we're here. And so that's my comment on the notice. my overall general comment is I don't think it's a great idea to discontinue use. Obviously, I'm affected by it, but so are a lot of other people. You guys have mentioned something about contamination, that you want the DES says use DES compliant materials or recommended materials. What are those materials? I mean, they're not asking you to build a pipe out of gold, are they? It just basically, they either want you to change from the plastic or bury the line. And I understand that burying the line is expensive, but Oakwood Road, where we live, just got repaved a few years ago. And they came in with a machine. They tore up the whole street. They dug it down to around 15 inches, took all the rocks out so that we'd have a good base and whatever. At the same time, we said, hey, why don't you guys bury the water line? You know, give us town water. And the guy says, no, we don't want you to have water. That's essentially what he told my wife. He said, we don't want you to have water. So we don't have water. We have seasonal water. You know, I think that for most of the people that are affected by the seasonal water thing are basically summer residents. Most of them live on the lake, and they pay the lion's share of the taxes in town. I think you should provide them water. I think they deserve water. And I think, you know, I don't know, I haven't looked into the legal aspects of this, but don't you have an obligation that once we have water and we have a service, that you continue the service? That's a question. I mean, you just shut it off. I understand you said it's not going to be for a while. Well, when's a good time to go out and spend $30,000 to dig a well and maybe $40,000 worth of equipment to purify the water once you dig it? So you're asking the homeowners to take on a bill of somewhere between $70,000 to $100,000 to provide their own water, when most of us are paying already more than $20,000 a year in taxes. And you can't provide a seasonal water? You got to give me a break. Come on. So that leads to another question about the value of my property. Since you guys like to reevaluate every few years and raise my taxes and my assessment. And every time the town does something for the street or does something for somebody else, you know, that we take over a road, you guys charge a betterment assessment. Are you guys going to charge a diminishment assessment? You take the water away, what's my house worth? Like zip. It's worth a negative $100,000. You got no water, who the hell's going to buy it? So what do you do with me? What do you do with me? What do you do with the other people that are still paying taxes in town? You just shut them off? May not be this year, may not be next year, maybe 5 years from now. Still, somebody's got to put in a well. Somebody's got to put in equipment. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right. That's my comment. Thank you for your time.
Do I have somebody else who'd like to speak to us?
Tom Barstow. Sorry. I have property at 16 Jockey Cove Way. And I want to ask a couple of questions, but first I just want to say the timing on this is kind of inappropriate. The targeted audience really are the people who have just seasonal water. Seasonal water theoretically came on 2 days ago. And I don't live near here. I'm a taxpayer here. My brother shares the house. He's much too far away to drive up here for a meeting. What I would have liked to have seen was you opening these hearings for closer into the season, June, July, when people could actually be here. I'm sure there are a lot of seasonal water customers who live way out of state. So I'd appreciate it if you'd have these hearings really when the most concerned people can be here. Now, specific questions. All of the statements here, as well as in what you put out in the posting, talked about potential risk for contamination. Is there any data that supports this? Is there any data specifically that supports the risk to contamination from over-the-ground lines as opposed to underground lines? Is there data? Or is this everything is potential, risk, all of this? Or is it real, or is it just, we might have a problem? I've been on seasonal water here for 47 years. I've never had a contamination issue. I've never heard anybody talking about a contamination issue. There's a data point. The notice also mentions large maintenance costs to the towns. Can you publish some figures, please? Is it from frequent breaks in the lines? Is it the general maintenance cost? Is it the seasonal turn-on, turn-off issues? But how about some data? How does it compare to service in the same sort of areas, which typically are sparsely populated, when you have seasonal lines? What are the costs? And one final thing, and I'll just read it. My brother's family and mine are here for parts of 5 months of the year. We have no children in the schools, zero cost to the town. And we live at the end of a private road, zero cost to the town. In 47 years, we have called 911 once. And that was 26 years ago. We're on our own septic system. We do use the transfer station. And we do use the town roads, as do thousands of other tourists who don't contribute a dime to taxes. And now you're telling us that providing us with seasonal water is too burdensome, considering the taxes that we pay. Thank you.
So we have Mike Unger from DES here, who actually has done the last 2 sanitary surveys. So Mike, you want to come up? Maybe that will help sort out some of these questions that these folks have.
Okay.
Yeah, good evening. Mike Unger from New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And like Steve said, I'm one of the engineers in the drinking water program who's done the sanitary surveys on the water system. And there was another engineer before me who wrote the prior letter in 2017. So just a couple things we wanted to clarify. One is that these are recommendations. So for everyone to understand, the town's not under any sort of enforcement from DES, and there's no strict timeline. So the recommendation is to develop a plan, which we understand this is part of the process, and we really appreciate the selectmen, town manager, Public Works taking that seriously and starting to evaluate what the options are. And then to speak to the question about contamination that was raised, yes, it is theoretical. However, there are a few things that are of particular concern. One is a lot of these lines run across country through the woods. They're not laid along roads. And we're not privy to what the town has as far as agreements or easements, but I wouldn't be surprised if you don't have access rights to a lot of these things, and it's, we see that a lot, not due to anyone's fault necessarily, but that's how things were done, and that's the situation that we have now. So we certainly could do some monitoring, take some bacteria samples, but definitely the fact that we know that these lines leak, they break periodically, town has to be called to come out and repair them anytime that there's an opening that exposes the water system to the environment is a problem. And then as far as solutions go, absolutely, we're here to discuss that with all of you and your staff as far as what the options are. There may be some ways to reduce cost and get to the ultimate goal of protecting public health. And then, lastly, like I mentioned on the schedule, we've stated we understand this is going to be a long process. The situation has been as it is for decades, and so to see a sense of urgency, we just want to recognize that there are concerns, and the ES is looking for them to be addressed. Is this an immediate public health risk? No, and there is time to take this one step at a time and really make informed decisions. Are there any other questions from the board for me? Or? Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the public? Come on up. I've got one person over here, and then I can go to you next.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Puff. I live on Springfield Point, and there's about 6 or 7 of us here that came down tonight. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be heard. And we couldn't hear everything back there, but I think somebody mentioned that there were 200 seasonal. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. And the figure to fix it was 2 million divided by 200. We got a calculator out because we don't trust ourselves, but it's $10,000 for each of all these people to put the system in place if that estimate is right. But regardless, we believe that the town has an obligation to provide water to all of us. You provide water to that house over there, to that house over there, and we believe it would be an unequal treatment of the citizens of the town by treating us differently. If the other houses have problems with their water, you go out and fix the pipes. This system's been in place I've been coming here for 65 years. So it's been around a long time. So we're suggesting that a bond be put in place to fund this thing, $2 million over so many years, and let us pay it over time. Sarcastically, we mentioned back there, we'd be glad to give you guys $10,000 apiece, because as that other gentleman from Oakwood Point mentioned, it could be $50,000 to $100,000 for us to comply to put these wells in. And the problem with the well is I'm more afraid of well water than I am of the other water. And the arsenic in the water in New Hampshire, I think everybody knows this, is a real problem. I think we pay $2,000 every 2-3 years just to replace the arsenic tank. So a well doesn't really solve the problem. You have a lot of granite, and the arsenic leaches into the water. And we've seen a couple people die on the point who did wells, and we've always wondered, whether the arsenic has been the cause of that. Another gentleman back here who's an engineer suggested that there's a pipe known as System 80. It's thicker, it's more durable, it's flexible, and it works very well. It's better than what we have, and I think the town should look into Schedule 80 pipe because it may cost a little bit more, it may cost less, I don't know. But I think you should look at that to decide whether or not it makes sense financially to do it. And then lastly, another gentleman made another point about what are our houses be worth, if we don't have water. If we don't have water, that would be considered, I think, a taking under the Constitution. I don't mean to get constitutional on you, but yesterday in the Supreme Court of the United States, there was a case that decided that townships can't excessively charge people for permits. It was a $23,000 permit for somebody who put in a modular home, and they said, well, that's the fee. The guy went all the way to the Supreme Court, God bless him. They reversed it. California's got to give him the $23,000 back because they said it was a taking. And the Constitution says you can't take someone's property without due process and a reason to do it. So if you take away our water, you don't really have a reason other than you haven't been able to manage it to make it work. So respectfully, would ask you to go back and look at it, see if you can spread the payments out over time, because I guess everybody here doesn't want to pay $50,000. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Peter Brewitt. Used to live here, of course, and our family has been on Oakwood Road since 1955. I think you beat us a couple of years, Dave.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. Just a couple of points for you to consider as you work through this process. I understand the word potential that's been used a lot. There's a potential for all kinds of things. If you don't fix the potholes quickly enough, there's a potential for a lot of car accidents and on. We could go on and on. A lot of what I have to say has already been said, but it's some things that I really want you to think about as you consider through this process. When we first built our house down a cabin, we're one of the few cabins that are still around, we took water out of the lake, and it worked fine, of course. But I think that you, even at this stage of history, are bound by the fact that Wolfeboro came along and suggested to all of us that we're taking water out of the lake at that time that you should sign on with us, and we're going to run a seasonal water system down here. And as you all know, and if you've read the history, which I know all of you, probably most of you have, Wolfeboro's got probably the premier water source in the state of New Hampshire. Our forebears did a lot of work, had a lot of foresight to set us up with, again, what I think is the most premier water system in the state. And as one gentleman has already stated, all around us down on Oakwood Road and Springfield Point, every single one of the wells that have gone in down there have got arsenic in it. So I think that it behooves you to find a way to continue the seasonal water systems that there are in Wolfeboro. The questions that I think you need to put to your mind considering this potential is, number one, and again, another gentleman brought this up about data. The line, at least down on Oakwood Road, has been there at least 50 years, if not more. So let's just take Oakwood Road. How many times has the seasonal line down on Oakwood Road, or any place else if you want, caused a contamination within the town's water system? What is the data for that? How many data points do you have on any of the seasonal water lines for bacteria or whatever the ES claims can be a problem? And also, do you have data on how many documented illnesses that may have occurred over the last 50 or 60 years that you can attribute to the seasonal water system? If there was any real problem, having been down there since I was 7 years old, I'd be dead already. And I'm not. And I'll tell you, the Wolfeboro Water Department has always been fabulous in working out problems there may be, when there may be a leak and so on and so on. You can call them up anytime, they'll give you a straight answer, and it's just been tremendous. And the other thing that I'd like to leave you with was just mentioned previously, and that's the cost. The seasonal water lines, as a rule, I think, are in those areas, and again, let's take Oakwood Road, and we've heard about Mirror Lake and so on. They service, for the most part, homes with a pretty good value and a pretty good tax bill. Let's just take our place down on Oakwood Road. We've paid taxes down there now since 1955. They've always been higher than an average tax bill here in town. But yet, I wonder how many of the seasonal owners have put any kids into the school system. Haven't been a selectman here and haven't been a selectman where I live now. I understand that the way the tax situation works. It's here to support the operation of the town in general, and I understand that. But if you were to take the last 50 years of taxes that any of us on the seasonal water systems have paid and consider how much of that money went to the school system when we're putting zero impact on the school system, I certainly think that over the next number of years, however many that may be, as the town manager has mentioned, think about the fact that we've already put a lot of money into this town that have been used for other reasons, and not the schools. So I think that there's some way that this town can work out a financing plan to do whatever you feel is necessary to mitigate the potential of these problems that have been brought up. I think you are bound by what the people that sat in your chairs many years ago, even though it was many years ago, you are bound to continue the seasonal water lines and find a way to keep them going, keep them serviced and maintained as well as they have been for all these years. There's got to be a way. And if it's a bond, maybe it's coming to each of us and saying, you know, if you kick in an extra $5,000 over the next, whatever it is, years, or one-time charge, something, but just simply working towards doing away with the seasonal water systems is just not the way you handle the potential that's been talked about. Thank you.
Good evening. Mike Spence. I live up on Forest Road, and we have a summer place down on Lake Wentworth. I'd like to ask some questions, and hopefully you can get some answers. You gave a little background, but the town's been working on this, engaged a consultant group back in 2020, Tater and Company. They found their estimate to be $750,000 to $813,000, a range. And you had mentioned $2.3 million. And you said it was too expensive for the test you did. What was your estimate?
So I believe the area we were testing would have connected 11 homes. That area, we went out and did core borings, and we detected ledge along the full length of that pass. And I want to say, Steve, weren't we looking at 250,000?
$500,000?
For that particular line because of the ledge. The Tata and Howard report, again, if I remember correctly, that money that was identified was for 3 particular projects. That would have been for Waltz Lane. 4. Okay. It didn't identify the full scope of seasonal water lines. So you are correct. I can't remember exactly what they were. Museum Shores, Waltz Lane, Camp School. I don't remember what the 4.
Albee Beach.
Albee Beach.
Moose Point Road. Because you said you're going to start up a plan or a project. You already had that, I would assume. And also, on March 8th, 2022, the town approved a warrant article for $500,000. Is that where the $500,000 went?
So we actually were able to purpose that money for the Waltz Lane.
Okay.
And we also purposed that for running from the intersection of Cross and Pleasant Valley Road to the intersection of Camp School Road. At this point, I believe we've got a balance of about $120,000 left in that particular account.
Do you have a estimated timeline of when you're going to, A, start this project, and touch points along the way? Because I would think, as you've heard here, you have to consider, if lines have to go away, which I'm not advocating, but you have to consider people's property, and mine's probably one of them, that you may not be able to put a well. because A, of variances and all the setbacks, or you can't get the truck to a place to do that. So a little bit hot in where you said, but the word potential isn't a guarantee. But you have to consider those things. And you've already started, and it was kind of disappointing not to hear that you built on that. And now, are you starting all over again?
No, I think we're using that Tada and Howard report as the basis of what we've done. But we know that in that inventory, there are a lot of areas that we are hopeful that we may be able to do this as a neighborhood project with workshops going forward. There are a couple that it's one or two connections. And, you know, our original plan moving forward was to look at the project from a standpoint of how do we get the most people off the system and then work our way out to taking lesser number of people off of the system.
Well, I can remember, you know, after that Warren article was passed, Mr. Ford sent out a letter a week later saying we're going to have just those things back in March of 2022, you know, neighborhood meetings to help solve this problem. So hopefully it does occur, because I'm still waiting for the invite.
Understood.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anybody else in the audience who'd like to give us some input? Come on up.
Donna Lockett from Chapel Lane. I just have one question. From the surveys that we've had of the water department, there's this potential for contamination. Now, is that potential contamination due to the into the town system, or just contamination for the seasonal people? Is there a backflow problem if it gets into the seasonal pipes, that it's going to backflow into the town, and that's why we have to take so much action?
I would refer that to the representative from DES to answer that question.
Thank you.
So yes, there is a potential if there were contamination in one of the seasonal lines, because the system is hydraulically connected, that you could get backflow or cross-contamination. It would have to be a combination of events, that there's bacteria in the line, and then some sort of low pressure, whether main break or hydrant flow out in one of the permanent lines. It's very unlikely, but it's not impossible.
So a question I have, is there any higher risk for a water line that's on the surface compared to a water line that's buried? Or is there any data that you can make a determination?
Well, the concern with it being laid over the line, just more opportunity for it to be damaged, either animals or disturbance, and then potential for tampering, and the valves being exposed. So those are our concerns with them being laid over land, especially where they're not in a place that people will see on a regular basis.
And for Steve, do you see more repairs needed and maintenance needed, even in the short time that we have the seasonal water lines running, and in opening them and closing them, than the rest of our lines in town, or is it comparable?
So we have much more damage to the over the ground lines than we do the in the ground stuff. One being the easiest, we can see it more, but we are constantly out there with fittings, making connections, piecing it back together. It's an old system. Okay. So yes, we that's almost a full-time job all summer for somebody.
Okay.
Do I have anybody else in the audience who'd like to come? You need to, would you please come to the microphone? We've got people listening at home who would like to hear you.
I would like to see something, a scientific explanation from DES, a little DES letter of some sort, explaining this contamination. If you're at the end of the line with your seasonal high water, your seasonal pipe, I don't understand how you're contaminating back into the line when the pressure is coming towards you, not going away from you. Could we please get DES to give us some information about that? Thank you.
Can I wait and get the guy behind you who hasn't, and then you come up right after him? Thank you.
Matt Bowman, 34 Axford Way. First off, I'd like to thank all of you tonight for having us here. I think you've got a lot of guts to do this. We have a problem. Obviously, you people see it. We see it. Now what we need is a solution. We have time. My brother lives on Waltz Lane. Last year, you did all the repairs there, drainage, new water mains. You're going to have a game plan, and I think you need to bring that back to us as to what your plan is over how long a period of time, what it's going to cost us. Someone mentioned bonding. I live in Connecticut. In our town, we do put water mains in, and the people with the frontage do have to pay for that water main, but they pay it with a bond, with a municipal bond, and they are charged just the lower interest rate. So is there some way that you can bond some of these projects? Is there federal grants? I've got to think that there's federal grants available and state grants. Is there something that can help us offset the cost? You need to put forward a plan, do some thinking, and get back to everyone here so it's not just an emotional, oh, you're going to shut my water off. We just need a game plan. And I also want to compliment the water company. I happened to be there last year when they turned the water on. One of the neighbors' system was broken, or a T was broken, and they had a few choice words to say about it, but they got it fixed, and they did a great job. And anytime anything that's happened with the water, they've come out and they've really worked, and I think everyone in the town is appreciative of that. Thank you.
We do have the option of a betterment assessment. We haven't looked at all the funding. We are just today, but there is a way to bond.
Yes, Sebastian Tornato again. I just want to make a comment in response to the gentleman from DES. So basically, what I'm understanding now is that this is a potential for contamination. And apparently someone's asked, has there ever been any of this sort of contamination reported, or occurring in the town of Wolfeboro? I didn't hear a positive on that. But, you know, to address his point of potential contamination, I seem to remember my college fluid mechanics and fluid dynamics courses that if you got a pump pumping, there's no way you're going to force water back unless that pump stops pumping, and then you can suck water back if you're at a higher elevation. So can that happen? Yeah, you know, 1 in 1,000, it can happen. But you'd have to have a cascade of events in order to cause a backflow contamination of the town's water system. And I would say that if you were talking about statistically, you'd be less than 1% statistically that you could do that. But does the potential exist? There's never anything that's never 100%, never 0%. So theoretically, it's possible. But what I'm going to tell you is that you guys are looking to spend a lot of money and cause a lot of aggravation and a lot of heartburn to the homeowners here for something that is theoretically possible. It's also theoretically possible that an asteroid's going to come down and wipe out the town of Wolfeboro next week. Is it likely to happen? No. Are you guys going to pass an ordinance about it? I doubt it. So why are we dealing with this on the water? That, you know, the possibility of contamination is close to nil. Yet everybody's up in arms about it because of the consequences of doing that, of taking that action. The consequences are you either devalue our properties or we have to go ahead and put in water systems and have to deal with sulfur, arsenic, lead, and every other thing that's in the ground around the lake. I just think it's a very bad idea for something that has only a potential of happening. Since it's never happened, I don't think we should do it. My comment.
Hi, my name is Alexis Wallace. My name is Alexis Wallace. My family's owned a place on Piper Lane for 75 years. I'm a retired New Hampshire school teacher living on a pension, small pension, and we inherited the cottage. It's getting more difficult with the taxes that we pay to keep the cottage in the family, as it has been for 75 years. I'm concerned about how we've been contributing to so many town things that we don't use. Do you know offhand what % of the tax revenue is paid by seasonal waterfront owners? My guess would be around 70% of your revenue would come from people who are here maybe 4, 5, 6 months a year and not placing any burden on services. So I feel like we've sort of almost prepaid because we're not using a lot of the services, but we're paying a lot of money to be here. So thank you for that, and thank you for your service.
Let me finish this. Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to give us any more public input? Come on up.
Hi, Bobby Budman, Wolfeboro. I did not anticipate getting up here this evening and speaking. I just want to let the fellow people in the room know that as a year-round person with a well, I am standing up right now to say I want you to have water, because that's what a community does. But I also want our children to be educated, because that's what a community does. And even though we don't exactly use each other's services, part of a community is that we get together and we pass things that may just be a warrant article next year, and it's the year-rounders who will actually pass the warrant article that will give the people in this room water. So I think when we talk about our schooling and we talk about services we don't use, I may not use your water line. I have a well. But I will vote for your warrant article, just like I hope that we will not use our schools and things we don't use as a way to fight for things. We all pay taxes to support each other, whether we use the services or not. Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the audience who would like to give us? Come on up.
Tom Barstow, 16 Jockey Cove Way. Is it on?
Yeah, we just get started.
Okay. 16 Jockey Cove Way. Just one other thing. I appreciate your going through the exploration and presumably to have as little impact on people as possible. You may certainly come down to the end where you've got some people who cannot be tied in to the current water system. All of us have essentially certificates of occupancy where we were told, yes, you can use the building. And part of that is you have a water supply. And for all of us who are unseasonal, that was based on having that water supply supplied by the town. So I suggest that perhaps you should check with legal counsel. When it comes right down to it, can you cut off someone's water supply legally? Just a thought.
Is there any, do I have anybody else in the audience who'd like to give us any input? I want to thank all of you for coming tonight, for giving us your input, or sitting in the audience and supporting the other people who can get up here and speak. This is the first public hearing. I expect us to have other public hearings, and we'll have more information. We did receive 8 emails. A bunch of them were concerned about timing, small lots, cost, and that was their main concern. Brian, do you want to read the one that was to be read out loud? Because you have some comments you would like to make after it. So I'm going to pass this over to Brian.
Okay, this was to Mr. James Pinio, and it's a republic hearing on Wednesday, 4/17/2024. At your suggestions, I enclose my statement regarding the proposed elimination of by the town of the above-ground water systems. Please have someone read into record my statement at the public hearing Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. My first concern is that adequate time is provided for the above-ground water customers to have artesian wells drilled. I propose a continuation of water services for a reasonable period of 3 years. We have been above-ground customers with the town for a period of 70 years, starting in 1954, and have paid for this service through our real estate taxes. The town's proposal to eliminate this service, for which we have paid with our taxes, should provide for a sharing of the cost of well drilling between the town and the taxpayer. In any event, the taxpayer should receive a permanent reduction in assessed value for our properties to the extent of the cost of us having an artesian well. This permanent reduction in assessed value should survive all future reevaluations. The cost of providing above-ground water service is proposed to be eliminated by the town. We have paid for this service with our taxes for 70 years. A permanent decrease in assessed value is certainly warranted. Sincerely, Paul Hode, 22 North Keewaydin Shores. So, this is a real tough situation. I grew up over on Dockham Shore Road in Guilford, and we actually had lake water, and we used to go a mile and a half down the road and get a big glass bottle and fill it out of a pipe that came out of the side of a mountain. And that's the way we got our drinking water. So I understand. My sister has a well in Newfields, New Hampshire. She had arsenic in her well. She has to have an arsenic filter, and she's had clean water that she's raised her kids on for 20 years. So, and it can be expensive and it cannot be expensive. A well can be $10,000, $6,000, or it can be $40,000. We understand all that. I have also found out that we have about 10 miles of lines, and right now the current cost that I found is about $1 million a mile plus contingencies to put it in. So this project may be as much as $10 million, which is significantly more than what was thought 7 or 8 years ago. I want people to understand this too. I know that you pay a lot in taxes, most because you're waterfront. And that's a benefit of being able to have access to the lake. There is 2,500 water customers in Wolfeboro. There are 200 seasonal water. The lion's shares of taxes aren't paid by just the seasonal waterfront. They're paid by everybody who's waterfront, and there's a lot more homes that are waterfront that have regular town water. The tax money that you pay, unfortunately, doesn't pay for the water system. You pay for your water system by your user fees to the water department. It's an enterprise fund. So the money they collect when you pay water runs the whole system. Your taxes go to support the rest of the town in every way, shape, and form. But your taxes don't go, as Mr. Hode said, directly to pay for the water infrastructure. And the value of your house. I don't know if anybody in this room knows, if you have a seasonal water line or you use lake water, your house is valued at 5% less. meaning that you actually have a tax reduction compared to someone who would have the same home on a full-time water system. If you were to install a well at your property, the value of your property would actually increase by 5% based on whatever it's valued at. So I'm not saying good, bad, I'm just giving you statistics, just facts, just information. This is going to be a long process, like we said, and I have to commend my town manager and my head of DPW, because what if they had not done the 3 sanitary evaluations through DES? What if they had done them and not told anybody? There's a potential for people to get sick, and they never said anything, and then somebody got sick. There are a lot of times, there could be something that happens in the community where a group of people get sick, and we never know it. People tend to recreate around our spray fields all the time because there's biking and walking trails there. People could get sick from that, and it would never be known why and how and who. So we're not here to attack you. We're not here to take anybody's water away, in my opinion, as a board member. There are 68...
Brian, if you are done with the statistics, I'd like to go on.
One more. 6,800 buildings in town, 2,500 water customers, 200 seasonal water users, 2,300 other users, and there might be, like apartment buildings, have more than one user. So the lion's share of Wolfeboro doesn't have public water at all.
Okay.
And they have to do it in other ways too. So you're not alone.
Okay.
Just feel like you're not alone.
We done? Yes, because I haven't closed the public hearing yet. You're the last one, and then I'll close the public hearing.
Get on up there.
And thank you for all that, but there's one other problem. I used to be a county supervisor for Farmers Home Administration. I used to do a lot of construction loans on existing housing, that sort of thing. We used to tell our customers, you need at least a half an acre of land to put a septic system and a well on. Because if you do that, both those things, on less than half an acre of land, the potential for contamination, DES, is very high. Some of us have quarter-acre lots. They're just camps. They're quarter-acre lots. How are we shouldn't be putting a well on that lot. Some people have deed restrictions against wells. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take, each of you get a minute, and then we've been at this for an hour and a half, and we have still a full agenda. So I'll do Peter, and then I'll go to you, and then I hope we're done. 1 minute.
It won't take that long. I just want to reiterate, in spite of what this gentleman has just elucidated to and how taxes work and all that, most of us out here get that. But the point is, again, please consider, in these considerations that you're going to go through, for the seasonal water users, in the beginning, the town of Wolfeboro encouraged us to go on seasonal water. The answer to these things, and there's been a lot of opinions come out and a lot of facts and a lot of suggestions, the answer to this potential is not discontinuing the seasonal water lines. There's been some ideas put forth, and those are the ways that you guys have got to go to. You need to put out of your minds the fact that you're going to end up discontinuing any seasonal water lines. Even if based upon the cost, if you sent me a bill for $15,000 as my share of doing whatever you need to do on Oakwood Road, fine. But the answer does not lie in discontinuing the lines. Thank you.
One final comment in response to Mr. Deshaies' comments. I just want to point out the irony here. You shut off the water, force the homeowner to install a well, a water purification system, and then you're going to raise his taxes 5%. for forcing him to put in a well and a water treatment system. And then you're going to raise his taxes 5%. That's dripping with irony. I'm sorry. I just had to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. I want to thank you all for coming. We're not going to take any vote. Board members, is there any other board member who has anything they'd like to say?
I'll just make one quick comment,
Yep.
just to hopefully put a lot of minds at ease here. And town manager referenced this earlier on. This is just the first meeting. We're going to have many more meetings. They'll be in the summertime too, when a lot of the residents made comments they couldn't be here. They wanted to be able to participate. That will be happening. I think the town manager had a great idea too. We're going to break this into neighborhoods, smaller groups, because every neighborhood and street area will have different concerns and stuff for how to approach the area there. So expect many more opportunities for input and to be part of the solution moving forward. So.
Madam Chairman?
And I think that's what I will say too. You're part of the solution. That's what we're reaching out. We've got your input. That'll give us something to sit back and look at. And we will have another public hearing, and feel free to give us more input as we develop this. Paul?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, everybody. I tried to put these things into little buckets. I heard a number of things, and I think this is, at least I'll pass them out, and then maybe when we get together again, we can add more to these. First I heard was town has obligation to provide water. This notion of a taking argument was raised a couple of times, and so that's one I'm going to keep in the head. Second is, hey, you want us to move on to a private well? Well, we don't know whether that's a worse situation. Right? Could be arsenic in the water. That's one we need to think about. I think there was a number of people that talked about, can you just prove that the data is actually right, this potential of contamination, debate the data. And I think that's probably something to take a look at, which is, prove that the water lines actually create issues. The notion we pay taxes, now you help us, that kind of resonates a little bit, and we can debate whether that's a truism or not, but that resonates. This notion that promises were made or statements were made, get on the system. We're going to help you out. That's something to think about. The half-acre contamination. I lived down in the flatlands, and you couldn't do that. You couldn't have a well and a septic, so that's good. I like that one. And the challenge of cross-contamination, we've heard that 3 times. So there's this question about, is it going to get better if we do anything here? Is it going to get worse? Is it really a problem that needs to get solved? And I think, and I appreciate listening to all this, because I'm pretty dumb at this stuff. But I think for next time, let's come up with some new things to debate, and we'll try to knock these things down as we go forward. So thank you, Madam Chairman, for letting me speak.
Okay. All right, the public hearing is closed. I'm going to take about a 2-minute break. It'll allow you to get out. If you don't want to stay, we have another public hearing afterwards, and if you'd like to stay, you may, but if you'd like to go out and head on out.
Folks, could we please clear the room here? We have more of meeting to get on with. Excuse me. Could we take the conversations outside, please? We have a meeting to continue with, so could we move the conversations outside? Thank you.
Can we move on? We've got a long evening, so if you would leave, that would be helpful to us.
Way to go, Linda.
Brad started. I got another, so if we can get out, we got another public hearing and a long...
Come on back.
Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order, and I'll read the next notice for a public hearing. The Wolfeboro Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, April 17th, 2024, on or about, it says 6:30, but we're way past that, at the Town Hall, Great Hall, 84 South Main Street, Wolfeboro, New Hampshire, to accept public comments on assigning a street name, Lady Slipper Lane, and street address, tax map, lot 130-025, and 2, that will be 2 Lady Slipper Lane, and 130-030 will be 3 Lady Slipper Lane in accordance with RSA 231:133-A, and pursuant to the recommendations of the Board of Selectmen during their February 21st, 2024 and March 6, 2024 regular meeting. It was posted at the library March 26, town offices on the 26th, on the town website on the 26th, certified mail to abutters went out on the 26th, and it was posted in the Granite State News on April 4th, 2024. Mr. Town Manager, are you going to start off, or is the Public Works Director?
I believe this falls under the town planner, and he
Oh,
has
town
a memo
planner,
here.
sorry.
Mr. Austin, would you like to speak to the change in this address, please?
Travis Austin, Town Planner. The notice covers everything you're here to do. I'm here if there are questions for board members before you vote. Ultimately, you set this course in action following recommendations of New Hampshire E911 and the statute. So I'm here if there's questions.
Madam Chairman? But just before we begin, I'm not going to participate in this because this was before my time. I tried to catch up watching community television, but I'm not going to vote on it.
You want to step down?
I'll abstain when the vote comes.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's fine. I recall, maybe explain it to the people that if you have a certain number of houses on a lane, you have to then name the lane. Can you give them a little background on why we're doing it?
Sure. So in short, there's a parcel of land that fronts on Ferber Lane but does not have access to Ferber Lane. It was originally created with deeded access to Beach Pond Road, and when the building permit was submitted, it needs to be assigned an address. It has to be assigned an address off a driveway, which is fine, but it has to become a named driveway. So that parcel, which is lot 23, it's not part of the public notice because that's separate. But because it had to name its driveway, E911 came out. They came out to take a GPS location, so the address has a GPS point that goes into the system. And when they came out to do that, they noticed that the two properties, 149 and 151 Beach Pond Road, were actually also taking their access off of this common driveway. So in that case, there would be 3 homes off of this named driveway, which obligates the addressing to be off the named driveway. So the first step we went through was to reach out to each of the property owners to see if they were willing to change their address. They were not. And then, as you mentioned, 231:133A puts the burden on the selectmen to hold a public hearing to then assign the name and address to those properties.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak to this public hearing? It's to Josephine, it's just to what okay. Anybody who'd like to speak to this? Come on up. Just state your name for the record.
My name is Melanie Sties, and I live at 151 Beach Pond Road. I've been living there for 7 years, and my property is on 151. My driveway actually is cornered with 151 and that shared driveway. At first, when I heard about this, I was very upset because I was doing the math with having to change driver's license, credit card information, passports that I just recently got and are going on a vacation, my deed. I just put a really nice 2 mailboxes for 149 and 151 and planter and everything. It cost a couple $100. And now I'm going to have to change that, so I was upset. And I talked to Tavers, and he explained to me, I understand with the 911 and having to have an address that they can find your location. I did work at Carroll County Sheriff's Office working with 911, and I do know that when they send over a call, they actually show you what you're cornering, who you're next to, so there are other ways to find your address, and I do understand that it's important if you're have an emergency to find your address. So I do understand that, and when Carrie called me and told me about it, I was upset, like I said, and she said she was trying to find a neutral name, Lady Slipper. I was speaking with Amanda, who is at 149. She's not here today, so she said that she agrees with me that the address, we both don't like it. If we had to pick something and had to change our address, we like Pura Vida, which means pure life. It's good, it's nice. It means people need to be grateful for the things they have instead of dwelling on the negative. So let's turn this stressful time into something positive and with a good name that we can agree on instead of hating our new address. That's all.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience who'd like to give us public input? Kim? And just state your name.
Hello, I'm Michael Kinselmeyer. I live at 59 Ferber Lane. I own the large portion of property that actually these 3 lots are going to come off of. And I don't know the rules of the town, but I believe the rule of the town is this house going in there is going to affect me as well because even though I own 14 acres, these 3 houses being on Lady Slipper Lane or whatever name we decide on, if it's not decided, means in order for me to build on my lot, I now have to spend a lot of money to upgrade that Lady Slipper Lane into a town acceptable road, which will cost a significant amount of money, thousands upon thousands of dollars. It's going to cost me to use the property that everyone is using access to on a right-of-way across my property, but I can now no longer build a house on that without upgrading the road, for which I own all of the land that everyone is using. So I think maybe a small thing is getting a name really, it doesn't make up for it, but it does make me feel a little bit better about it. So that's it.
Anybody else in the audience who'd like to give us public input?
Jody Person. I live on 9 Ronald Road. So let me understand. You lived there for 7 years, now they want to come in and change?
You need to talk to us.
I'm sorry. I was just asking her if, so they want to come in and change?
Correct. The name of, yes, and change their address. Because
for one home that's going in there right now.
my understanding is there are 2 homes there, and this makes the
2
third.
homes they're making right now?
Yeah, and this makes the third, and when it makes the third,
Yeah, no, I mean.
we get triggered.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is these poor people have to change for the one house going in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I totally disagree with that. I don't think that's fair. That's all I want to say.
Anybody else? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Board members, any comments?
Well, the only thing I can say is that I understand and I feel it, because I lived in a house once that was 35 Willamine Drive, 35 Smith Corner Road, 60 Willamine Drive, 62 Willamine Drive. The house stayed in the same place, and I was assigned 3 different addresses in the 10 years that I lived there. And it was because a road went in and more than 2 houses were built, and it was because E911 requested for me to have it changed 3 times. So, and I know it's difficult, but I had to acquiesce because I figured it was for the safety of people in my house and the neighboring houses.
I guess the only issue I see here, they're requesting a different name. I'm not quite sure where this Lady Slipper Lane came up.
When the issue first came up of the need to name the driveway, the town reached out to Mr. Kinselmeyer because he is the property owner, and he proposed Lady Slipper Lane. That's where that name came from. Much like he said, he's sitting on 14-some acres, which is potentially 11 to 13 lots of future subdivision. He asked the question, would I have to bring the driveway up to town road standards? I said yes. And just as he said tonight, well, it seems fair that I would be able to name my own road.
Okay.
So that's where it came from. I'm not suggesting the board, well, I would suggest the board go with the suggested motion you have on your form. If the 3 property owners or 4 property owners want to have a future discussion on changing that road name, they can go through that voluntary process and go through that.
Okay, and I'm assuming when he says his property, those people have an easement over the property?
Correct.
That,
It's a right-of-way.
it's a right-of-way, okay. So they have a
And
right to
just
travel, yeah.
For clarity
Okay.
for the board, you are not making it a road. You are not making a town road. You are not accepting this right-of-way as a road. I just want to be clear for anyone looking at this in the future. This is simply naming a driveway.
Naming a driveway.
Tavis, if they want to change the name at a later date, does that require a public hearing again, or is that something they could just do and get that information to E911 to?
We can coordinate a name change if everyone is in voluntary compliance. The only reason we're here tonight is there was not voluntary compliance.
All right, and I think I closed the public hearing, didn't I? Now, it's getting
you
so
did.
late, I think I really did. Okay, so it's an easement, okay. I just wanted to make sure that there was a legal right for you to go over the road. Okay, board members, what would you like to do? Do I have a motion? Do I have any more comments? I need something. Can I have a motion from somebody?
I guess I'm going to have to do it. Move to assign the name Lady Slipper Lane to the right-of-way driveway and assign tax map lot 130-025, the address of 2 Lady Slipper Lane, and assign tax map lot 130-30, the address of 3 Lady Slipper Lane.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Brian, second by Brad. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And I have 1 abstention.
Thank you.
All righty, we're done with that one. Okay. Next item on the agenda is the bulk vote. We have a weekly manifest for April 5th, which is $262,445.27. April 12th, we have a manifest for $864,951.53. We have property tax credit and exemptions. We have property tax refunds and abatements. Board members, there any need to make any changes or corrections?
Madam Chairman?
Yep.
I may have not heard you properly. The April 5th manifest is 362, 445.27. I thought I heard 262.
I could have. All right.
All right, it's
Anything else?
I'll make a motion to approve the bulk vote items A through C.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Brad, seconded by Paul. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, we're moving on. We have no board committee appointments. First new business, 2024 commercial vehicle landing permit, Wake Winnie LLC. Do I have anybody here?
My name is Torrin Stegmeyer, owner of Wake Winnie LLC.
Okay. I have one. Did Amy get a hold of you about your certificate of insurance and getting us one that has a liability rider on it?
I spoke with Brian about the insurance. I did not get any word about the liability rider. I know 84 South Main Street is listed on the policy. I believe that's what we've had for compliance in the past years.
I don't, what we're looking for is liability, and this doesn't have any liability that I see. Did I miss?
This one just has your insurance on your vessels there.
Vessels.
So the policy is a policy that covers me as an umbrella for all my charter activities on those vessels. Those are just the named vessels that I conduct the chartering on.
Yeah, we usually get something that says $1 million, an occurrence, a cumulative $2 million, and that's for liability, and I don't have liability here.
Okay.
Can you, if you go back and you do have liability, can you update that and get us one that does the liability?
Absolutely. The liability is what I worry most about. The boats are just kind of the second problem.
Yeah, and
So-
that's the one we need signed out to the town. So if you can do that, I'm fine.
Absolutely.
Board members, anybody else have any issue? Comments? I need a motion.
Well, and it's going to be contingent upon the insurance that shows liability and an effective date that goes through the summer, correct?
Right.
Correct. Through the
Because this one
summer. That's the
ends
other
on
one I have.
7/1.
Yeah, yep, you're right. Mhm.
Correct. I've had the same insurance company for the last 7 years. My policy just happened to
Okay.
renew on that.
Yeah, when it
inconvenient date.
renews, you just need to give us one. That's that. So was that your motion, Brian?
Yes.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Dave, I have a motion by Brian, seconded by Dave. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you for waiting so long.
And thank you for your time. Maybe just one quick question while I have your attention. I just want to get it on the record. I still have questions and concerns about the use of the commercial vessel landing permits. I understand that permitting is something that happens in every township. Businesses can come to the town and get a permit to operate. I have a fuzzy idea of, I don't quite understand why certain commercial vessel permit holders have a leg up on my business. We have the New Hampshire Boat Museum that does operate for money. They have a permanent docking space that I believe the town should utilize and collect a docking rent fee. We also have the U.S. Postal Service, which that boat is absolutely a federal utility. It needs to be there, just like the electric boat, but that boat does also, I'm sure you've seen pictures of it. It's growing in size this year. It's going to be 6 feet longer and 2 feet wider than any boats that has ever been there. They're going to be given a dock slip. That is a party boat that people get, pay for the access to go onto. They're allowed to park at the town of Wolfeboro town docks for free. Just as a business owner that holds the permit that these other two examples also hold, I just want the pathway to be able to dock my vessel at the town docks, or understand why those businesses are given an advantage over mine for their commercial enterprise.
I might have misheard. Which one's the party boat?
The U.S. mail boat.
Okay.
Brian?
So it does offer mail. You can buy a ticket to help deliver the mail. But that boat is being built to be a gigantic party boat. Not knocking them. I think it's great. I think the town needs more access to the wonderful lake that we have here. But again, they are just a business charging money for a ride, the same thing that I do, and I have not been offered the pathway to rent a dock slip at the town docks.
Okay.
So I just want to be on the record saying that I do not quite find the level playing field that we would all hope to be promised.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Yeah. Right. Is any board member have any comment they want to make? All righty. Next, long wait. We have our actual and budget financial reports.
Catherine Carpentier, Finance Director, before you this evening to report on March 2024 budget. As you know, the 2024 budget approved is the default budget, which is 3 months into the year, or 25%. Some of the percentages are a little higher because we're in contracts or we do POs for greater than the 3 months that have occurred. As a report, the general fund operating budget is at 32% and the revenue is at 7%. The revenue is going to continue to look low until our first tax bill goes out in June. However, our motor vehicles is right at 25%, which is another big driver of our revenue, so that's a good thing. Water fund operating budget's at 33%, revenue's at 39%, and water revenue is at 23%. Municipal electric operating budget 31, revenues at 27. Sewer fund is at 74%. Again, the wastewater treatment operation maintenance contract is put in for the whole year, which is going to skew the operating budget for the sewer. And revenues at 28 with residential service sewer charges at 21%. Pop Whalen Fund through 3 months is at operating budget is at 52%. And revenues at 47%. If you factor in the $20,000 of accounts receivable through March, it would be at 51%. These two are at the 50% mark because, as you know, January, February, March is pretty much half of the year for Pop Whalen, with the other half being October, November, December. I've also given you revenue reports, a profit and loss statement for Pop Whalen, donations, treasurer's reports, which I know you get elsewhere, but I've included them, the trustees MS9, and gas and diesel allocation costs. At this point, we're not aware of any issues. However, the storm week ending 4/7 overtime was at $42,000, and we're probably going to see a lot of repairs, costs, consumables used in the month of April, so some of these numbers may jump up. We are hoping to get some grant money if a declaration of an event happens.
Emergency
through the state.
something happened.
It's getting late. Are there any questions on the actual versus budget for March 2024?
Board members, anybody?
I'm good.
Paul?
Thank you, Casey.
Yes.
I had sent a note to the town manager, and I think Casey was on that note, asking for just a commentary on cash utilization, and I think you've addressed it. I mean, just for the benefit of the public, I've got to look forward and see what we're doing from a, hate to use a business term, from a burn rate point of view, given what we had last year. So I think you're saying we're in good shape, or at least you think we are. Good. The second question I asked was on the Pop Whalen donations. So my understanding is this was an unanticipated gift accepted by the board last year for $105,000 and then booked, if you will, in this recent March 31 P&L that you put out. So it wasn't budgeted through the budget committee process because the budget for Pop Whalen is like 406 and now it's up by the 106. So it's an actual is what you received. Was there an MS 434 put out for this?
No, I believe this was indicated it's an unscheduled donation. So the board accepts it. It wasn't budgeted for. Unanticipated is the word I'm looking for.
So you got the money this year?
So we got the money. We spent it this year. We got the donation in. So what you do is you gross up both sides. We got an extra revenue. We got an extra expense, unbudgeted, but it's equal on both the revenue and expenses.
No, that's right. Now, so that has no effect on the what's that overhead charge we pass around? I'm having a brain
The
cramp.
town admin allocation?
Yeah,
is that what you're
it has
talking
no
about?
effect on the admin allocation?
Pop Whalen doesn't have an admin allocation. What they do is have use ICE for stick practice, and what's the other one?
Pop Whalen doesn't have an
I
admin
thought
allocation?
Pop Whalen did have
Yeah, they do.
administration allocation.
Yeah, the administrative allocation.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
It does not have any
It doesn't
effect on
affect
that,
that.
but it also doesn't have any effect on the ICE that the town is using.
No, I got it. Okay.
Was where I was going.
And then the last one I had is, so this is a capital donation, and you're assuming that it is not part of the 2.7, the famous 2.7.
No.
It's not part of that at all.
Well, it would technically be the whole $6 million project is the capital outlay, but this is unanticipated.
Yeah,
so-
but I want to be.
And this is for the fitting up of the locker room.
I understand. I want to be just clear so that I don't misunderstand. So there's 2.7 million, which was used to offset which was used to generate a bond of whatever the number is. This has nothing to do with that $2.7 million.
That is correct.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Okay. And one last thing, your next item, last month, you asked for some Pop Whalen operations, so the director is going to be doing that.
Chuck's. Thanks, Casey.
Okay.
Chuck's going to do that.
Next item is the Pop Whalen operating report. Chuck?
Chuck Smith, Director of Operations, Pop Whalen. So the one Excel spreadsheet you see breaks down monthly hours, year-to-date hours, and budgeted for the end of the year 2024.
So it's this.
It's that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Mine's just bigger.
Yeah. Yours is prettier.
So Chuck, how do you think you're doing? Do you see we've got, if I read this right, we have budgeted hours, but we have no knowing what kind of hours will the people use come the fall? This is our estimate, right?
That's the estimate, that's correct, yes.
So if I look at Back Bay Hockey, they had 110. And that was what they used.
From January to the end of March.
Yes, right.
Correct.
And then you're expecting them to use 350 starting in October. That means you
Well,
see.
that would be for the entire year.
Okay, so this column is, well, if I subtract the two, if I take 110 from 350, you're looking for the fall, them to use 240 hours?
Yeah, pretty close, yeah.
You think they'll do that?
Yeah, well, they're starting another figure skating program. They're bringing in adult learn to skate during the week.
And that's all going under Back Bay?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any questions?
Wait, I know Paul does. I know Paul has questions.
Oh, wait. You go ahead.
Brian?
Yeah, so my question is, Kingswood also, year-to-date, 103, and then 108 budgeted, so that tells me, do they sign a contract in the summer or something that changes
So,
their?
Once I get everybody's schedule in, we'll sit down and figure out the ice time they're going to use from September 2024 to the end of the year 2025.
Okay, so that budgeted has not been updated with what's going to happen in the fall yet?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Okay, and the only other one I would love to see, and I don't know how it's possible, is for stick practice and public skate, I'd like us, if we could, to keep track of how much revenue we get back from those ice hours that the town rents.
Okay.
So we rent 50,000 for stick practice, 50,500 for public skate, and we're utilizing it at a high amount, but I'm wondering how much revenue we get back for those 2 periods of time.
Okay.
I don't know how you can track it, but...
I can get you the information.
All right, thank you. That's all.
Paul, are you up next?
My turn.
Yep.
So, thanks for doing this, Chuck. And by the way, I looked over the website that you put up. Can you hear me? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I looked over the website you put up. So, the plan for the Pop Whalen, setting aside this donation we just got, the plan for the Pop Whalen was roughly $408,000. That's the plan that was put forward to the Budget Committee. And inside of that plan was about $100,000 that the town uses for, that Brian wants to know more details on, which is appropriate. So if I look at where we are on the financials, my one question, and if you don't know the answer, just say you don't know the answer.
Okay.
Are you going to make the $400,000?
I don't know the answer.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion that we table this conversation until such time as you do know what the answer is, whether it's up or down or left or right. I'm not trying to push you. I'd like to make a motion that we table this conversation on what the end of year finish is until we know, until you can tell us what you think the end of year finish is. Because right now, so that's my motion.
Do I have a second? I hear no second, Paul.
Could I just finish then and say, because right now, if I take your document, that says that we're going to miss the plan, if we just stopped, we're going to miss the plan by $100,000. Because I don't see any summer programs. I've looked at the calendar, I don't see any summer programs. So we are pro forma looking at a $100,000 loss, unless you tell us differently.
Well, I do have some summer programs coming in.
Okay?
They're on the front.
So let's...
Paul,
so let's
can I do this?
They're on the front
The
side.
reason he's here is because the board wanted him to report every month so we can see as he develops the summer and spring programs. And so that's why I voted no. I want these reports to come into us every month so we can see where we are on it. And if he doesn't know right now if he's going to make it, I would like to know that as we go along, and if he gets closer or whatever it is. This is information for us, and it's information to the public on where this enterprise fund is, and I feel that's important.
And if I could, Linda, and thank you for that. I sent a note when I first came aboard to the board. I sent a note to the town manager. Brad was the chairman at the time, and I asked for an end-of-year outlook for the Pop Whalen. It was going to be scheduled for the April 5th meeting, and I think, Jim said, can I beg off on that because you had a lot of stuff on the agenda. And so that was my expectation coming in. If that was the wrong expectation, then just let me know when you can do that.
And I do see some summer programs. I see a summer kickoff on June 22nd, an American Legion sock hop on June 29th, teen nights on June 28th and 30th, a Brian Hastings folk and Irish music, dueling pianos on July 13th, and a level up pickleball on September 4th and 5th. So there is some
I just
summer
want to see the
programs.
revenues.
I will also say that I did go to the website that you just put up, and I knew anyhow because my grandson played, but we had lacrosse in there this last week.
Yep.
So this is ever changing, and I hope by the time we get next month's report, we will see the benefit of that, so we can kind of see how we're going here. Casey, did you want to say something?
So what Chuck gave you here was ice utilization, which is specifically what you asked for. So this 300,000 is using of the ice. If you go to the revenue report that I've always given you, there's other things here like advertising, which we hope to pick up some in the fourth quarter. You got winter programs, room rentals, concession revenue, so there's other revenues. This was just ice utilization, as the title says, ice time utilization. If you go to the revenue report, it does equal the $408,000 projection.
So then I'll leave this, now I have the email. It says, Dear Jim, could you please arrange for a review of the going forward plans for the Pop Whalen, specifically how Mr. Smith sees the revenue flows and programs for the rest of the year. And I'm not hearing we're going to make it, although Casey thinks we're going to make it. So I'm going to keep listening for we're going to make it. That's what I'm going to keep listening for, is we're going to make it, because otherwise the balance sheet takes a hit. That's all.
Yeah, I understand. Yes, I understand that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Any other board member have any questions?
So if I understood you correctly, the only thing additional you'd like to see broken out into this report is a breakdown of stick and public state practice, more of a breakdown in that particular area. Is that
revenues
correct?
that we, from what I've gathered, we had a report about that years back, maybe in 2020 or 2019, and we were taking in 13,000.
That was when you and I talked today. Yeah. I got it from the Friends of Pop Whalen budget, and that's what their estimate was, and they probably got figures from Christine.
Was that 19 or?
This was 2022.
22.
Was when we put it together.
It was this.
Yeah.
It was that.
It's this, yeah.
And we were getting $13,000 in change from our stick practice and our public skate at that time. And I'm wondering if that is escalating or if it's staying the same, because we are paying $100,500. The town is paying into the Pop Whalen Enterprise Fund for that ice to be available for the public. I want to know how much the public is using that ice.
We can create that report for you.
Well, are you talking about using or revenue?
Revenue.
Okay, he's looking not for use, he's looking for revenue, so that's different.
We can work on that.
And one of the things that we haven't done lately, but we used to do, was we would go through all the park and rec programs, and on the budgets that were the Board of Selectmen or the Budget Committee, we'd have a line that would say what revenue had come in the prior year for that. So you could kind of see what the program generated. So that was a good information piece for the board. So if we can do that again, that would probably be helpful, because we support all the recreation programs.
Right.
Any other comments on this? All right.
I would just add for the public, there is now a dedicated website on the town webpage for the Pop Whalen Arena. Our goal is to get this report up on that page so you can look at that on a monthly basis. And it also gives you a direct link to the schedule so you can see what is going on at the facility. And it talks about the ability to rent, whether it's conference rooms, stretch rooms, or the arena as a whole. All that information is there.
And we have our pickleball courts up and running.
If I could, question on it. So on the calendar, on the diary, it says pickleball, pickleball, pickleball. That doesn't mean those are rented out. That means that time is available to rent. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Dropped in
Okay, so there's no revenue that's assigned to those calendar entries. It's just, it's available to rent. So at the present time, do we have anybody renting the pickleball courts for an extended period?
No, not as of yet, no.
Not yet. Okay, thank you. Got it.
But they just got up the 15th of April. And we did have people renting the arena for lacrosse.
Oh, yeah?
Okay, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
All righty. Are we done? Have we gotten through that one? All righty. Let's go on to our next one, the default budget and line item transfers.
Good evening again, Catherine Carpentier, Finance Director. I gave you a memo today about the default budget and a couple recommended 4 line item transfers. Paralleling when we're creating the budget over the summer, fall season, we're creating the default budget. It was created, approved, and posted by the deadline in January of 2024, signed off by the Selectmen. And it's according to RSA 40:13-9B. To summarize, it is authorized operating budget that was authorized previous year, which in this case would have been 2023, reduced or increased, such as debt service contracts and any other obligations previously incurred or mandated by law, and reduced by one-time expenditures contained in the operating budget. So what I did is go line by line and put all the salaries back to the budget that was in 23, adjusted by any contractual contracts like the ASME contract and the police contract. And then all the operating expenses were put back to the limits of 2023. Sometimes that adds money to some buckets that don't need it, and it leaves some buckets short. So we had to, I worked with the town manager to make 4 line item transfers. A line item transfer, you're responsible as Board of Selectmen for a bottom line budget. However, if there's anything moving between major groups, not between line items, not between different police departments, but if you're moving something from police and fire, I'm just picking on those two, then a line item transfer needs to be approved by myself, the town manager, and a majority of the Board of Selectmen. I've created 4 of those for you. The first one is an easy one, warrant article 24 for ambulance services. I'm asking you to transfer the $500,000 that was improved up into the ambulance services budget so that we can continue to pay the contract for the services that we have. I don't know if you want to do motion.
Let's do one of them. Can I have a motion on that one, or do I have any questions or concerns? Okay, can I have a motion from somebody?
Move to transfer $500,000 per warrant article 24 up into the ambulance services budget.
Second.
Brian, okay, I have a motion by Paul, seconded by Brian. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, let's move on.
The next one, telephone project, back in, got to get my years right, in 2023, it was authorized in the capital outlay for the town hall, which also includes like public works and rec, not police, not fire, not library, to do a new phone system. So we did do that, but all the budgets are all in everybody's department. So in the 24 budget, I tried to put it all under IT. Unfortunately, because of default, it puts it all back in the departments. So I'm asking you to do a line item transfer for $16,301 from all the departments that I just mentioned, not police, not fire, and not library, giving the phone budget back to IT, which is where I've been paying for the bill.
I'll make that as a motion, right?
I was going to say so moved.
Paul has a question and made the motion, and Brian seconded it. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, that's true.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
The third one is correcting debt service for the electric fund. I made an error in debt service. I said that the electric fund debt service was increasing when it was decreasing. So it doesn't affect the rates of the electric fund. It doesn't affect the taxpayer. It's just a clerical error of mine, and it all is in MED. So I've developed a line item transfer to move $603,946 to the accounts listed on the backup to that line
So
item
you're plussing it up? Is it? It's a plus up?
Yeah.
So moved.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Okay,
My apologies for that error.
I have Brian and Dave. Does anybody have any other questions or concerns? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Now, I saved the best for last, I guess. So correcting issues due to the default budget. Primarily, I didn't go into most departments. I just looked at the general government ones, some IT finance ones, agencies, and looked at places welfare needed some money. So I identified, it's one sheet, probably 20 to 30 line items. Cable, I moved up like $3,000. They asked for like 131, but it goes back to 105 because that's what they got in 2023. But because revenues came in 3,000 higher, I made that recommendation. Had to make a heat and oil change for the Brewster building, which is this building. I increased milfoil treatment because that's what they asked for. Planning board had $7,500 for an impact fee ordinance that went away, so I took that money back. I had to increase the election budget because we have a lot of elections this year. In 23, we didn't. I gave up some money in finance for audit services, consultants, and outside services. That was part of my original budget. Legal expenses, I needed to move around some money. Healthcare, I gave back about $27,000. Technology, we talked about. Computer maintenance, I had increased how many computers we would replace. I brought that number back down. Fire, I did make one change. They had asked for a second or third employee. It was for half a year. That comes out of the budget. Public safety building, needed to change the electricity. Gave them back their stove, I guess because that was a safety issue. Agencies, I took $25,000 away from senior center because that was in the budget. Agency Lakes Region V&A, they asked for $5,000, but because of default they lost it. I am recommending that you put that back. I increased welfare by $13,000. And Abenaki, we needed to do some shifting because when the director was hired, it was only hired into the Pup Whalen, so we need to move 25% of his salary and benefits into Abenaki, and we decreased the American Legion expense. The total is about $131,000 plus and minuses to areas I thought needed to be addressed. There are other areas where department heads have told the town manager that there might be some excess if we continue to have issues. He's still mandating that all POs over 250 he has to sign off on, and everyone is supposed to be maintaining their budgets not a spending freeze, but just to be watching their spending. So that was a lot, so.
Board members, do you have any? Paul?
Casey, the cable channel, the notation is increased budget to revenue received. So the 108,478, is that the franchise fees? We received
Yeah,
108,000?
we get that in February, so that would be last year's.
But we got 108,000?
Yeah, 108, whatever the number.
108,478?
Yeah. So I know I just got that revenue, so I thought.
And that includes the franchise fees out of Spectrum over in Browns Ridge Road?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Are we going to post this on the town website? Why don't we do that? Because I just think that'll allow people to, if they have any questions, can take a look at what exactly we're doing here. No, we don't take it. If when she sits, if when she sits down, if you want to talk to her, but we need to keep going. We're late right now. Okay.
So can I just ask, you're making motions, but what I really do, I need your signatures on this. Do you want me to post it without signatures or wait for your signatures?
I think you wait for our signatures and then post it.
Okay, and all four of them, right? Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
Well, we owe you a motion on item 4, don't we?
Yes, we do,
Yes,
Paul.
So
I
moved.
think. Okay.
There you go.
Second, anybody?
Second.
Okay, Dave's the second. Okay. Paul's first, Dave's second. Any discussion?
No, Brian's
Hearing none.
first.
All those in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
I first.
Brian was first.
I want to thank you very much for your time. This is probably not the last line item transfers as we go on, especially once we get to fourth quarter or maybe third quarter, depending upon storms that we aren't going to have. And that type of thing. My one other question is, agencies are starting to ask for their monies, and we're going to authorize that. Is that what was in the budget, with the exception of senior center? Is that okay?
If you feel we're okay, if you and the town manager feel it's okay, I'm fine.
All right, thank you for your time.
Bye.
And I would just tie the loose end of this up, that our goal going forward is to, I repeat, maintain existing level of service as much as we possibly can. We're not going to make any drastic cuts to the operations of town. We want the town to operate as smoothly as possible, even though we are in a default budget. We are going to make this happen.
Yeah. I do.
Yep, go ahead.
How's the audit? When's it start?
I'll let you know. No.
We'll let you know.
So the auditors are here for field work next week from Monday to Friday, and they're supposed to deliver a final audit by the end of July. And so hopefully we're working on that time frame versus last year they were a little late on the delivery of the audit. And one last thing, I have not had the default budget approved by DRA. We have to have the forms in by July 1st. They were in on March 28th. I still haven't got their sign off on it. So,
Bless their heart.
Which is typical, but I will keep you posted when it is approved or if there's any issues. I hope there isn't. I don't see there to be, but still haven't had DRA approve off on the budget. So.
Thanks, Casey.
All right.
Okay. All righty, capital project update.
Good evening, Steve Randall, Public Works. I'm going to do a rundown of some, and then I have Jonathan and Jerry here from Stantec who are going to chime in on some of the bigger ones that they're here to brief you on.
Great company.
So I have a list. I'm going to go back to the ones from 2022 to just do a quick update. We have the water treatment plant upgrades. That project is just about done. We are working on a plan for the rest of the contingency funds as we speak. We should have that squared away before too long. The dockside Phase 3 upgrades, that is done. We're just holding the 2% retainage. The seasonal water lines, as Jim referred to earlier, we have some money left in that account, about 160,000-ish at the current moment. If you jump up to 23, the excavator we took, as you know, last year. Green Street, that has about 96,000 left in that budget to finish it as the weather kicks in here and we get Lyman back in to finish up that project. The town road upgrades from last year is very similar to Green Street. GW Brooks has a little bit of spring cleanup to do, and we've got about 35,000 left there to finish that for that project. The pump stations, we have a meeting on Friday with the bid winner for Mill Street, so we're hoping to make some progress to get that underway. The South Main, I'll let Jonathan and Jerry speak to that. The sewer line down on Forest and the Varney, that part of that project is past pressure testing. They did their first tie-in yesterday. I think it was yesterday.
They're still working on it
Still
even
working
today.
on that.
Varney Road.
So that line is past inspection and is ready to go into use. And then letters will go out to bring everybody else up to speed over their time. Jockey Cove Engineering from this year, from 24, I have a meeting on Friday with CEI to go over that project. The Maplewood Highland Terrace water main installation, that we are working on getting the pricing, and hopefully we'll get that contract taken care of here soon. We are looking to have Dawson do that in the downtime when they shut down out here to move and go up there. So we're hoping to get that pushed through. And then we have the sewer, the next phase of the South Main Street, which is the sewer extension down through. We had the 200,000 voted in for that. Stantec is working on that design. That's very early on. That should be coming soon. And the last one is the town road upgrades for this year, for 24. And right now, the focus is, we're going to do the Pleasant Valley Road overlay, the Townsend Dam outfall. We have a few dirt roads we need to upgrade, Brackett.
Bracket?
So, Brackett, New Garden, and Cowper. Those are the three on our list right now. And then pave and reclaim Lower Haynes Hill and Upper Haynes Hill. And then we're still working on finalizing some paving prices. So that's...
We only got one side of your report. We got a blank on the other. So when you get a chance, would you send the other part of it out to the board?
Already going, right now. It's
Oh,
going.
you just sent it out? Okay. That's why we're all kind of sitting there.
You just take my word for it. It's fine.
Okay.
Not
That's
really.
right.
No worries. And then I'm going to turn it over to these guys for some more of the bigger stuff.
Yep.
Hi there.
Hi.
So we got good news. DOT's permit was approved today. We are going to start work. Dawson's thinks they're going to have boots on the ground Monday morning. We are resolving a couple insurance issues. They have been told that they cannot work until the insurance is resolved for obvious reasons. The funding's in place.
Could you
Everybody here knows
introduce yourself?
that.
Introduce yourself.
I'm Jonathan Burke with Stantec. I'm sorry.
Thank
The
you.
one project that Steve did not cover was Port Wetland. We are still waiting on the final permits for that. Stantec will fulfill their obligation for the deliverables, which would be plans, specifications, and an estimate. We're about 95% of the way there. We're just waiting on the final permits for that. As we like to call it, that job will now be on the shelf. If the town or Port Wetland Association would like to pursue additional funding, the job would be ready to go, with the exception of you would need to extend your permits. I believe it's after 5 years. Steve covered Green Street, Steve covered Trask Mountain Road, and Mill Street Pump Station. We're going to meet with PRB, Brad, and Steve on Friday, and hopefully get that project off the ground.
Do you want to give the public, even though it's you don't, it isn't on the agenda, you did do it on Monday night, kind of telling them about how the traffic is going to go when you start on Monday, the South Main Street, and I think they will appreciate that.
Sure. So for the first couple weeks, it's mostly mobilization, installing traffic control signs, portable message signs, getting the signs installed. The spring session of this project, it's going to be busy, but it's not going to have major implications to the traffic. Most of the work is going to take place behind the sidewalks. Yep. There will be a few crossings here and there, and as we all know, the crossings are a little confrontational with traffic. DOT issued the permit, and I noticed today in one of the conditions, we have to open the road to two-way traffic after 4 p.m. every single day. So we've done work on Green Street. We know it has a major impact on traffic at certain times of the day. So the spring session goes till about June 24th. Then we break for the summer where there's no work whatsoever in the right-of-way. Then we return after Labor Day, and that's going to be the busiest portion of the job. That's going to be the excavators, the loaders, the trucks, the manpower, the trench boxes, everything on the north side of this road. So after Labor Day is when it's going to get really busy out there. And like we said, we've asked everybody to let anybody know that's coming into town to please be patient. One way in, one way out, and unfortunately, the Dawson's and Stantec will do the best we can to maintain two-way traffic, but when you have to cross the road with a service, if we can't do it trenchless, then we have to open cut the roads. So unfortunately, that's the name of the construction game.
And as I recall, he said Monday, if the town was getting too knotted up, that the state police might ask you to let it kind of unknot before.
Yes, we have had instances where state troopers have pulled in on Center Street and said, hey, I just waited 22 minutes, whatever it is, you have to open this road. And that's a yes, sir type of situation. And Dawson's understands that. All the people that bid these types of projects in Wolfeboro, they have an understanding that if these regulatory agencies and the state PD comes in and says you have to open the road, we have to temporarily. So.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I had to make a decision as to watch Wolfeboro Community TV or drink beer the other night after the marathon, so I drank beer. But I would recommend to the public, and I recommend you put it in the minutes, Jim. I just sent you the link. These folks got together on Monday night, 38 minutes on YouTube. Impressive. The detail that was disclosed to people about what's going to happen, who's going to be affected. We had the Pickering House get up and ask questions, and you personally did an amazing job talking about the Congregational Church get up and ask about things. You did an incredible job talking about all the particulars that have to be dealt with. And it's worthwhile, if you're interested in how messy it's going to be this summer, to take a look at that 38-minute video, because it's going to be messy.
It is, and I personally ask if you have anybody in town, please, if they have any questions, please give them my cell phone number. We got great information from Bailey's Bubble. They have water-cooled ice cream. Had we not known ice cream coolers, had we not known that, there's a potential that they could have lost their ice cream. That's a major inventory to a small business, so that's why we're here. And if anybody, please give it my cell number or Jake Dawson's number. We're going to be here. We're going to spend a lot of time out here.
It was a great job. Worth looking at, folks.
And didn't you say you were going to have a trailer? You thought on the Congregational Church in there going
That's
in there,
where we're thinking.
and you're going to have all your emergency numbers there for people?
Yes. On the door of the trailer will be my number and Jake Dawson's number. Jake's, he's more responsible. He's more local. We're down in Manchester, so I'm about an hour and 20 minutes away. And if they have to fix something, they're the first call. But yes, the office trailer right now, Jake's negotiating with Brewster Academy to use a small portion of that corner of that field.
It was good. Good job.
Thank you.
Any other selectmen have any questions or comments?
I was one of the your views, when you look how many views you had on it, and it was a great presentation. I'm hoping that people think a little bit when they drive through town this year. Because like everybody, I love to drive through town and see the lake and see the docks and see everything. But unless I have business to do down there and post office to go to or a certain restaurant to go to, I will probably try and go rooted around the town because it's going to be it will be problematic if everybody is still doing it the way they always have.
Right. Yep, we technically can't tell you to detour around, but we employ people that know the people that live in town. Please detour around if you know that, I mean, you have a small car, we can't detour trucks down Laner Street for obvious reasons.
Yep.
They get stuck in there, so if people can do the Bay Street and that detour, we'd really appreciate it. It would help them be more productive.
Correct.
Yeah, the more productive they are, the quicker they get out of the road, so.
Okay, I think that's all the questions from us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming tonight.
The other part is I need to speak to is to do a quick update of what we have for grants
Okay.
and the grant projects. So we have a grant for asset management. We've took possession yesterday for our data collector, which is going to allow us to start to capture as much data as we can, whether it be hydrants, shutoffs, manhole covers, culverts, you name it, different layers. So we had a demonstration yesterday. We took possession of that. So we will start to work on that as part of our asset management, all 100% free. Our lead service line inventory grant is that survey is coming along. We've done probably last count somewhere maybe 300 range-ish of the 2,700 that we need to do, but it was a really good start, and we continue to work on those each week as we can.
Steve, question on that?
Yep.
So got the notices in the mail and that and stuff. So the homeowners, would they just reach out to to the Public Works and then they schedule an appointment to come into the house to look through it?
What they can do is they can either do that, or what we've been doing really is just cold knocking right now of if we happen to see your car in the driveway, if they're coming from a call or they're out checking something, they might just knock on the door and say, hey, from the town, they carry copies of the letter with them so they can hand that out. It's always a two-man team, and then they just go in. They spend probably 5 minutes in your basement, take a couple pictures, take a couple measurements, write down some numbers of the meter, and right back out. So it's very quick in and out, and that just is going to help us catalog everything. The next thing is Mass Landing, the boat launch. That is pretty well done. We just have a little bit of spring cleanup to do. We received our $100,000 check, I think earlier this week, reimbursement from that. So that one is in good shape.
We still have the kiosk that has some permitting items, right?
Correct, but that's different from this.
Correct.
So yes, there is a kiosk that there's some conversation of putting an informational kiosk there that there's still some work to do. And then we also applied for a grant it's a CDS grant that was referred to us from Pat Tarpey and a couple other folks in town put us on to that from Gene Shaheen's office. So we applied for that for drainage, actually tying it into our South Main Complete Streets half of the project. So that is going to encompass, and these guys can correct me if I'm wrong, we're going to tie in all of this drainage down through here and everything at Dockside. So we put together a budget for that, and we submitted all of that in different phases of that. So that's still very, very early, but that one we're hoping to make some progress with to get some relief for the phase 3 of South Main. And the last one on the list is Russ Pond, and Tavis can speak to that one a little bit more than I can.
Just a brief update, Tavis House Town Planner. I'm sure you all recall there was a 319 grant largely supported by the non-capital reserve fund It's a $52,000 project, so far below the scope of most of what you've heard about tonight. But the governor and council has signed off on that. The contractor, or the engineer, has been awarded. We've revised the project under current conditions. It's capturing runoff from Brewster Heights down the crossroad, across Pleasant Valley Road, and before it goes into the north inlet of Russ Pond. That should be beginning construction at the latest June, July, wrapped up by August, and then they'll be finishing up the dredging feasibility study by fall. So the grant was to do some BMPs, essentially to catch the remainder of the sediment that arguably was still making its way into the north inlet of Russ Pond, and then do the dredging feasibility analysis. The dredging feasibility analysis sets the stage for a future grant or other funding mechanism to potentially dredge out the north end of Russ Pond.
Question? Ask a question?
Yep.
Thanks, Tavis. So is this a capital, this would be a capital grant? This would be a grant of capital to build something?
It has construction in it, and it will set up for a drainage project that will take more capital, not part of the 319 grant.
Right.
And
So this is a capital grant. So this will be cash to build something?
Yes.
Okay. Is there going to be any assignment of a percentage of that grant for ongoing maintenance of this thing we build?
All of the maintenance is basically regular maintenance that Steve would be doing anyway, of the drainage channel, et cetera. But what it's actually doing is focusing where the effort can be. So instead of having to do an entire stretch, it's in discrete portions for better sediment capture, et cetera.
But the point here is we're going to build something, and then we're going to have to maintain it. And so that's going to hit somebody's budget to maintain it. And there's no allocation of that grant for ongoing maintenance?
No.
So town's operating expense is going to go, I'm not saying that's good or bad, it's going to go up because we got a capital grant.
Arguably.
yeah,
sorry?
I think,
Arguably.
Arguably.
yeah, because it's really in the drainage ditch area where we are cleaning out anyhow.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions, comments? I do have one. I put together a spreadsheet. Steve did a great job, but there are a few, some information that I would really prefer to have on there. And I've already said this, and I did it, is that you get the budgeted amount, you get the amount spent to date, and that's the piece I was missing. And then there's the encumbered amount. And the encumbered amount should be what we have either have a contract for or some kind of a bid. And then sometimes there's some balance left over. And then, and he did read about the grants and stuff, and then the different years, so it's easy to read. One of the ones that I was playing around with trying to figure out where we were is in 2022, we had $1,680,000 for the Mill Street pump station. Then in 2023, we had asked for additional funds for the pump stations. What we don't know out of that $648,000, how much is that allocated for Mill Street and how much is that accounted for Laner Street? So I just found this a way to just get a better understanding, and I will give it to Steve if it's a model that the other members of the board think they might like.
Linda? So rhetorical question, not for Steve to answer. Will this help him manage better? And if the answer, Jim, is yes, then that's a great idea.
Yeah, I think this is a very simple thing to do, to be able to add a line in here that auto sums the amount approved, the amount spent, the amount encumbered, and a balance of funds. It's not a big deal.
And I guess the reason I would like it is because I get questions from the public.
Of course. Yeah.
And then I can say to them, well, we're about halfway spent, the program will be done, or the project will be done, and we got $672,000 in grants. And I just think it it's easier for me to get that information than going back through all my files. So I will send it to Steve. He did a great job. We're getting that other page that we missed. Some of that would have been on that, so there we go with that. Okay. Next one is the upgrade cost to relocate the electric line infrastructure in downtown.
Harry Combs.
So there was a conversation that's been taking place around town about the concept of burying the electric and utility lines through the downtown area. Came in front of this body, then we brought it forward to Barry. Barry had done this previously. He has taken and worked with his consultant and factored this project out that would basically bury the communications and power line from Pickering Corner to the intersection at Sewell Road. He picked that as a demarcation point because that's where it makes sense to do this. And if we were to move forward with this would be something that would take place in the drainage phase of the South Main Street project to tie it all together. However, there are a lot of variables and challenges with the project that I think Barry will go over tonight for you to be informed about and talk about. The PowerPoint I did print for you. You have it in front of you. And Barry, it's all yours.
Thank you, Jim. Barry Muccio, Wolfeboro Electric Department, Director of Operations. So we did this exercise back in 2002, so it's 22 years old, the last one we did. And I can happily say that it's a lot more money today than it was then. I think it came in around 3.2 million back then.
I thought it was 30 million back then.
No. 3.2. So, and that was a lot of money at the time. And it wasn't a comprehensive plan. It didn't include lighting downtown. I know it's late, so I'm going to move this right along. So here we go. I was asked to come up with a revised price to bury the 2,700-foot section of the downtown area from Pickering Corner to Sewell Road. That happened to be a picture. I think there was an organization in town called Our Town back at the time, and some of those photos were rendered by them to kind of give you an idea what it would look like. Project objectives. Most of it, I'll be honest with you, is for aesthetic purposes, and it would look beautiful. There's no doubt. We'd remove the poles. We'd change out the pole lighting that's down there now with post-style lighting, similar to what's on the path. And because we could get rid of some of the poles, we would also create some space for possible tree plantings and some bump outs. It would really sprucing up our downtown area. Does it improve electric reliability? Well, underground certainly does protect you from physical damage, but in the downtown area, we just haven't seen that area being susceptible to physical damage. In my 25 years here, I can tell you there hasn't been an event along the strip that's actually caused a power outage. So one would have to really say it's aesthetically pleasing is why you would pursue that. With underground, you do complicate troubleshooting outages because everything obviously is underground. You have to do some more time-consuming testing of things when you have a power outage. So that's the trade-off. It's not right in your face. Put together a little overview of the area. What you see there, it's kind of tough to see, but it's in the magenta color, would be the areas that we're proposing would be part of the underground area. And everybody can kind of follow it from, Pickering Corner here through town to Sewell Road. Everything in green would stay overhead. The little blue areas here would be eliminated entirely. We'd come up with a new feed. To pull this off, we would have to rebuild the section of Oak Street and Pleasant Street with a new three-phase power line to pick up Sewell Road. It becomes quite congested in this area right here without that. What does that look like schematically? It looks like a game of hangman gone bad. all kinds of fun stuff here in a one-line diagram. This red line here represents an express circuit what we would have to put through the downtown area. Unfortunately for us, this corridor sees about 50% of our electrical load, so it's very important to us from an electrical standpoint. When that is the case, you really need to create a redundant system. You need to express the dark red line. You have to express that right through so that you always maintain power beyond South Main Street and to the north on North Main Street. In conjunction with that, you would have to create a small loop circuit with transformers. You don't see them real well, but they're these lighter dotted lines. And you kind of create two, in this case there's three, one, two, and a third transformer loop circuit that would in essence pick up the load of the downtown area. And the reason you do that is because you don't want any failure of equipment in that downtown area to bump the whole circuit. So you segregate them, and that allows you, if you have a failure of a piece of equipment, you can tie, loop things, and limit the outage area. So you really, that was part of our plan before. That would have to be part of our plan now. Also notice there's 9 of these square box structures. These are actually vaults that would have to be within the roadway, so they'd be obviously underground, manholes on top. There'd be 9 of those. So
How many for you?
quite complicated.
How many for you?
This is what the conduit system would look like. We would propose a 12 conduit duct bank. We would be utilizing 6 of them. Our fellow other utilities in town, the phone, the cable, we also have First Light Fiber and Bay Ring. They would take up another 3, and then we'd have 3 spares that would either be for renting to future users or providing a backup situation. That happens to be a 10-gang duct bank right there, so it would be a little bigger than that, but that's a good representation of the depth. You'd have to encase that in concrete as well, because we just wouldn't be able to get the depth in the downtown area with water, sewer, the bridge profile. Again, we couldn't get the 4-foot depth we would normally require. This would be a representation of the vaults that would have to be in the roadway, under the roadway. They'd approximately 6 by 10, 8 by 12, depending on how many junctions are taking place. And there'd be 9 of those. You can see the manhole on top of the one on the left there.
How does the line traverse the bridge if we went this route?
We would have to go, and I addressed that a little bit later, but it would be in that duct bank, and obviously we'd have to get some input from DOT in regards to structure capability. There's not a lot of room on the outside to affix pipes and whatnot, so I know we have water and other utilities going over the bridge now, and sewer, I believe. So it would be interesting.
Work it out.
It would be interesting.
You got to work it out.
That'd be a challenge. So to service the load down there, we would need 4 of these large pad mount transformers you see on the left. This happened to be the one at the rink right now. It's on a large 6 by 12 concrete vault. And then we would also need 6 of the smaller ones on the right here. These are 4 by 8s. The big challenge down there is finding real estate for these transformers. So we'd be looking at easements, purchases of property rights, or, that would also create quite a challenge. And they'd have to be that large based on the load. There'd also be 2 of these primary sectionalizing cabinets, strictly used as junctions. Those would also sit on a 4 by 8 vaults. That happens to be one that we have over at Taylor Homes right now. And then wherever you transition from overhead to underground, you're going to have riser poles. This one on the left, it happens to be over there also at Taylor Community, but because we have all the other utilities, phone, cable, Bay Ring, it would more be representative of the pole you see on the right-hand side there with multiple conduits. We would have 6 of those riser cables throughout the location, basically where we transition, come up out of the ground. All right, here's the killer page right here. So we had PLM Engineering come up with a detailed cost estimate for the municipal electric department's infrastructure. That came in at $12.2 million. The last time we did this, we got a detailed cost from Verizon, who at the time was our phone provider. And I took that number and I used the same escalation multiplier that the electric did, and that came in at 3.2. We did not get details in the past from Breeze Line. They just did not provide them. But utilizing that same escalator at today's cost, 1.5, and then our other utility that utilizes this corridor is Bay Ring First Light Fiber. And because they're just using it as an express route, I don't believe they have, well, this building may be linked to First Light, but they don't have a lot of customers in that corridor, so it would be more or less a feed-through, and thus the $500,000.
Barry, what did you say your load is downtown, your percentage of your total load?
It's at least 50% of our whole capacity, and it has the potential to have more because of our switching.
If you look up on the poles and you look at First Light and you look at all that stuff going downtown, you could probably reasonably assume this is a through route for internet connectivity. So probably 80 to 90% of all internet connectivity is going right down there.
It probably is. I think it's a link to Tuftonboro to Alton.
Correct.
Yeah, that's basically what it's used for. So with some of those assumptions, we came at $17,400,000. Certainly not a light number. And
can you sell IRUs?
And I'm sorry, I missed that.
Can you sell indefeasible rights of use of these conduits?
You can, but I mean, you're talking like $20 a foot, Paul. So even if you sold them all off, you're talking like $200,000 in the course of, because there's only 3 extra.
I'd put it out to bid.
It's not a light undertaking. I mean, obviously, when you're putting in a duct bank.
Madam Chairman.
And Barry,
where
are we with the estimated lifespan of where we're at in the system?
I'm sorry.
The downtown is about 50% through its useful life, correct, at this point?
Yeah. It was like 2003 is when this all went in, 03 through 07, and so you like to get 40 years out of it. Last slide was basically identifying some other challenges.
Sure.
This cost of 17 did not include people upgrading their own electrical services down there in this corridor to interconnect with them. So typically that's privately owned equipment. That can range from anywhere to $10,000 to $40,000 per location, per service. A decision would have to be made if we would subsidize that or that's all on the customer. Obviously, like I said, securing property locations, not going to be easy. Not saying it's not doable, but the bridge crossing profile, dealing with that, there need to be some more work done to explore. Lake levels, obviously, we can't have our vaults down submerged in water with all our connections, so we'd have to make sure we have appropriate drainage to daylight. We may have to leave those cabinets a little higher than normal. And then anytime, again, with underground, it complicates working and the maintenance of that. The guys would have to have specialty underground training, would have to have gas detection, would have to have fall protection, hoisting. In essence, we couldn't be down in there working 15,000 volts live. So maintenance would have to be done de-energized, which can obviously create outages. But so that's all I have. I mean,
question.
The reason I
Open
asked to
for
have this
questions,
done was we did have our town project. We had decided on what kind of lampposts that we might like. We had some down in front of the post office. We took out the overhead lights down by the railroad, wires by the railroad station. And I thought it was important for us to at least find out how much it would cost. And I thank you for doing that. It's a big number. I doubt if the voters will support it, but we at least looked at that as an option.
Madam Chairman.
Paul?
Barry, why do you have to do aerial at the town docks? Is it because of the transformers that are there?
I'm sorry, I'm missing
In
this.
your map,
Yeah, don't show
second
dockside
chart,
gets,
you
dockside
showed
gets.
aerial at the dockside. Why is that?
No, I show you as it goes underground there, Paul.
Back
Let me
up.
get back to it.
Back it up.
Right here.
Those little green things?
That green one, that's not even, that's not the town, no, where's my pointer? Right here, this is dockside. See this right here? That goes away. That's
what's
the
the green
area
thing
you
to
see.
the
This
right?
little blue one right here, that goes away. That little green, that's the line that goes down beside the old Hallmark, the one that's kind of stuffed out back there, where we have Mr. Thurston just did the new walkway.
Yeah.
That's that one.
So, and just a comment, thank you for doing this. Again, I vividly remember Mr. Tuffer telling us it was and Rob telling us it was a $30 million project a long time ago. So the prices come down.
No, I think that was with the roadway and the bump outs.
I think you were talking about with perhaps other
Yes,
features.
I think so,
It
too.
seems to
Yeah.
me, though, just, and you're smarter at this than I am. It seems to me if,
Even if you got,
don't know what the cost is.
$50 a foot, you're talking
I just don't know what the cost is. That's
such
okay.
a small percentage of the overall cost. Yeah, so.
And I've mentioned this before, when we looked at our private association of 20 houses, the cost compared to overhead, all brand-new system to underground, was about 20 or 25% the cost to do overhead. And it is easier to access if you have an issue.
And that's, the thing about that is if this wasn't our main corridor feed for electric, it would be certainly a lot cheaper. But because it's three-phase here and
It's everybody's main
it
feed
sees
for
everything. So.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, it's late.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
Too hard, can't do.
We need, no, Josephine, no, sit down. This is not public comment. Do you need to sit down, and you may do it during public input? You need to sit down. You need to sit down. You can at the end of the meeting you may. You need to sit down. Thank you, Josephine. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the right to know. I put this on the agenda after we had done our rules of procedure. In the public comment, we were asked why we did not have two public input. And so I went to the New Hampshire booklet on right to know and looked up about public input and the public comments. And I had that connected to the agenda. A public hearing is an opportunity for people to speak and weigh in on a subject, which is what we had today. What we went into was a public body holding a regular meeting, and we aren't required to allow public input. But if we do decide to have public input, it becomes a public forum, and we have to be consistent because it's based on the First Amendment right. We cannot control the speech. We can limit the amount of time and the topic. And so I wanted to put this into our rules of procedure, and if you go on page 9, 19, on page 19, it tells some rules that we might want for our public forum. The first one is you take, public comments will take place after the business portion of the meeting is completed. One person speaks at a time, no interrupting. No one speaks until recognized by the chair. Speakers must sign in to indicate an intent to speak during the public comment. Speaker must identify themselves when beginning to speak. Public comment is a time for members of the public to speak. It is not a question and answer section with the public body. And those are possible things that we can list underneath our public input. And then the other question that's coming before us, the other way, if we did want to have public input in the beginning and at the end, that the public input in the beginning would be just on the topics of that meeting. So, because we had heard that somebody might say, well, you're going to be talking about something, I might want to give you public comment, and we could define that. And so I just thought I'd bring it up, bring this information to you and see what the board wanted to do, whether we want to add this into our rules and procedures, whether we want to take another look at having the first public hearing be specific only to the business that we have on our agenda, or we want to leave it the way it is.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you for doing this. The New Hampshire Municipal Association does a great job telling us what the framework of how we behave is all about, and then they give us the ability to do optionality, which I think is great. It's what we're supposed to do. I think last time we took a decision that we're going to have public input at the end of the meeting.
Correct. I'm
not here to debate that. I motioned a different direction and didn't prevail. We could do beginning and end of meeting, but we chose not to. The question I have, though, for the board is, I like the outline. The question is, do we really want somebody to kind of sign in at the beginning of the meeting?
No. I mean, I think we don't have to use all of them. I would
That to me
give it
sounds
that.
a little
Yeah.
heavy-handed. I'm just saying, all right?
Yeah, I agree.
And I didn't clearly understand the public comment thing being only limited to what was discussed at the meeting. Can you point that out? Or maybe I just need to read it again.
It was in there saying that
Somewhere.
you can make it, you can define what the public input is by the amount of time or by the topics. And by the topics, they're saying is your first one can be just on the topics that you're meeting on that day.
I like the idea of putting this into our rule book. I'm not sure about the sign-in thing and about limiting the public comment only to what's on the agenda, because that's going to force people to have to read the agenda ahead of time, in which sometimes we have to amend things at the last minute, and I think that could be burdensome.
That's only, I was saying that would be the first one, if we wanted to add the first one. The second one would be open to anything, was what I was saying.
So,
Brian?
Yeah, so I would look at it and say, if we decided to have, the board decided to have public input at the beginning of the meeting, it would be agenda items only that don't have a public hearing. It would be strict adherence to 3 minutes per person, 15 minutes total. Or a second option could be a statement by the chair at the beginning of the meeting saying that agenda items that don't have a public hearing, if a citizen wishes to address that, it would be the chair's decision to ask the board if the board would like to hear the input, and with a consensus of the board, that person could give their input. Either of those would be acceptable to me, or just having public input at the end is fine with me also. I don't mind having people have a voice in the beginning of the meeting, because the only thing I hear is some people say that we will discuss something and vote on something, and they can't say anything till the end of the meeting, and the vote has already happened. So I understand that piece, but we don't want a runaway freight train.
Any other? Brad, do you have any feeling on it?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I know in the past when we've had, other than our public hearings, and we had some of our business items they require or requested a vote. We have allowed people that had a comment to make on that to get up and make their comments, even though it wasn't a public hearing. It was specific to that issue that we're talking about. So I think this board's kind of done that. We've kind of not necessarily done it during a public input separate session for it, but we've allowed the people to have their say on some of these subjects as they come up, even though it's not a public hearing. So I guess personally, I don't see the need to add this other one in the beginning of the meeting. I think it would make it confusing and hard to control. I think it was to either Paul Zabria's point that the agendas do change sometime last minute, so that could be an issue with the public there as well. I didn't know that, so I didn't get an opportunity to prepare myself. I don't know, just a couple thoughts I had there on it off the top of my head. I'd probably like to maybe, not make a decision on this tonight anyway. We could kind of think about it and, put this on another agenda item to ponder over some more. It is getting kind of late, and we've been fairly busy here tonight so far, so.
Okay, Dave?
I don't have any problem the way it is. Just at the end, the only thing I think we have a problem with once in a while, and it's not every night that we have, is we limit it to 3 minutes of 15 minutes for the total. We certainly don't adhere to that in most cases.
But
I do have an issue with the beginning and the end, because the beginning, like Brad said, procedures and appointments can change. So I just soon have it at the end like we have had it. But I also agree with Brad that, whether we do it tonight or another night, I don't really care.
I'm very comfortable having it just at the end, and then if we have something that there are people who want to make comments,
Which we
sometimes
have.
they'll come up. We can, and we're talking about something, I don't see anything wrong asking the board whether they want to take public input at that point.
We've done that before.
Yeah, we've
Hasn't
done
been an
that
issue.
before, absolutely. I would like to get the criteria, and of how we structure the public hearing, because they are saying everybody should be treated equal, and therefore we need to adhere to the 3 minutes per person. And that I don't particularly feel like I want to bring an egg timer, but I can ask people to make sure that they try to stay within that. And what I was hoping that, and we wouldn't vote to approve it, would be we'd put it in our rules of procedure. It would be on page 4, and under public input, at the end, we would put A, B, and C, and put everything except signing in those conditions of part of our rules of procedure. So if that makes sense, I'll put it in there. And have a draft.
Yep.
And then we can look at that. Does that
So you're going to
work for you?
strike the speakers must sign in thing?
I'm taking that out.
You're going to take it out.
Yep.
So I think just by default, the fact that, a motion was introduced to do both and it didn't prevail, this is the neutral, as it says here, this is the way to do it. So just put it in there and strike out the speakers must sign in thing.
Yeah, and we'll come back with a draft next time and we can
fine.
review it.
Yeah.
Does that work for you, Brad?
Yep.
Can we
Okay.
put a statement in there that clarifies that for a non-agenda item, that if a citizen wants to speak, the chair will consider it with the board's approval?
I'll add that. I'll put it as a paragraph.
Because we're doing it anyway, so we might as well have it in writing.
Let's have that as a motion.
I agree with you. We'll do
it.
it. Is it okay if I do it as a paragraph underneath?
Correct.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks.
All right. There we
What
go.
else we
Do that. Oh, we're getting there.
have that.
So that takes care of the rules of procedure, because we can't vote on them tonight because we're going to keep on amending them.
Yep.
So we can skip right over that. The last one is to schedule a meeting with the Municipal Association for a video presentation on the default budget and with a question and answer period. And I think, Brian, this is you.
Yeah, so again, I would like to have a 1 hour and 15-minute session scheduled with the board, and it can be available to the public. We could do it at the library. They have a nice facility there, or we could do it here. Put the presentation on the screen and let any public citizen who wants to come and learn about default budgets and what we're doing. We're doing this anyways. We're doing line item transfers on default budget, and we're explaining it as we go. But I think the 1.5 hour would be good for the citizens to be able to see, anybody who wants to, and then post that on the our town website.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I think it's a great idea. Congratulations for thinking about it. Piece of advice Brad and I learned today, that Wolfeboro Community TV is better served by doing things here. If something is done in the library, they have to record it and then rebroadcast it, adds money to their operation. De minimis, but adds money. So my advice is you do it here. And that way we can blast it out to the public.
The only reason I was thinking the library is because of acoustics.
Yeah. I think it's okay if we just have people mic'd up properly.
Okay, Brad, how are you on that?
I think it's a good idea to do. I'd prefer to do it here also. I think because if they do it with a PowerPoint, it's going to be much easier and better for them to videotape it, even if they put it out live or whatever,
Right.
too. It's going to be much better production done here than at the library.
Dave?
Fine, whatever.
Okay. I only have one condition, and that is that we turn the lights off so they can really see it. Because a lot of times we leave the lights on and it's hard to see. Okay, let's get our calendars out. When do you want to do it? We are having a work session on the 24th of April, so that's not going to work. We have one on the 1st of May. We could do it on a different day of the week. We could do it on the 30th of April. We could do it the second week in May sometime. What do you want to do, guys?
So I will be gone on vacation the second week in May.
Do you think you need to be there for it?
I thought you wanted Casey and I there in case there were questions that Casey
Okay.
and I needed to answer.
All right.
Tuesday the 30th?
Sure, 30th, moved.
Is there anybody who can't do Tuesday the 30th? Okay,
What time?
let's do it at our regular 6:30.
30?
People are used to coming at 6:30. Okay, April 30th. And that's going to end. Brian, are you going to get the connection with the municipal association, or do you
Yeah,
want?
they've already sent me a copy of the
Contract.
of the most recent webinar.
So will you take care of getting it to wherever it needs to go for it to be projected?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving along here. How about other business? Does anybody have other business? Well, I do. I want to announce to the public that the Board of Selectmen will be meeting on April 24th, and we're going to have a work session. We're going to look at job descriptions and open positions. Anybody else? All right, I'll start over here with Dave. We're going to do committee reports.
Yeah, the only one I had was the South Main Street project with Stantec the other night. It's the only meeting I've had.
I'm going to I just realized that we need to do an update on landscaping, and then we'll go on with committee reports. Brad, you have that one.
Thank you. Linda and I have been meeting with Jim Aponis regarding the screening of the propane tanks down at the along Kate Park by the Downtown Grill, the restaurants down there and stuff. We've come up with a plan to, because of the piping and stuff, it sits above the tanks. We determined that just plant landscaping wouldn't work. So we met with a fence company to come up with a layout for a fence there that would screen that better. And then we would plant some low shrubbery along the base of the fence to kind of soften it up so we're not looking at just a fence down there in the Kate Park area. Jim Aponis is currently meeting with another fence company. We haven't got pricing on that yet. We have a ballpark number we think it would run, and the cost of the fence would be borne by the developer of the buildings there, the restaurants, to pay and maintain the fence there. And we would propose to have our maintenance crews from Parks and Rec do the landscaping down in front of it there. They have a fund for the park that could cover the cost for that. So, and that would give some gates in it that would allow access for the propane companies to come in and service the tanks, fill them, service them, do whatever they would need to have access to the tanks. So did I pretty much cover that?
You did, and we were supposed to we gave the opportunity for Alex Sanders, Peter Ford's foreman, to come and present us a plan, and Jim, we haven't received anything from him?
I've not heard back. It's my understanding that he's on vacation through tomorrow, so I hope that I hear something tomorrow or Friday.
So what I would like to do is, we are going to have a work session on the 24th. I would like to start with the business section and deal with this Kate Park fencing when we are, and give them a chance in case they come up back with something. Does that work for everybody?
At a work session?
Do the business part before the work session. Okay. I'd like to get this done if we're going to get a fence up, and we're going to make that area looking presentable for the summer. We need to get at it, and I'm hoping that we'll get a quote on the price of the fence, and then it gives Peter Ford and Alexander some time to get back to us, possibly with their plan, which is what we had asked for. So is everybody okay with that?
Yep, good. I'm good with it.
Okay, I'll move on for your report, Brad.
Committee reports. I had last night we had a planning board meeting. We had one conceptual plan come in to us for a project. We had a Wolfeboro Waters meeting on Monday, and this morning we had a Wolfeboro Community TV that Paul joined me on too and stuff there. We were talking about fundraising and all sorts of ideas for the TV station. And yeah, and I had what night was it? We had was it Monday night?
Monday.
We were here with the South Main Street project, kind of a kickoff meeting with some of the public here to get input from them on traffic control things we heard about tonight. So that was it for me.
Paul?
Police Commission meeting. With Jim's agreement, I reached out to the Director of Regulatory Affairs for Breeze Line, because I'll be dealing with, I guess, the franchise renewal question. We got to get a Wolfeboro Cable Franchise Committee sworn in and constituted, which I think will happen here pretty darn quickly. And as Brad mentioned this morning, I visited with Wolfeboro Community TV. They're a big stakeholder, and we're seeing a decline in fees that are charged for franchise fees. And that has direct effect on WCTV's budget. So they got to step up fundraising, or we have to step up contributions from taxpayers. So we have to work on that. Thank you.
Brian?
I was at a police commission meeting with Paul. Then I had an EDC meeting with Linda, and we discussed a lot about the Lake Winnipesaukee Day event. We discussed housing. What else did we discuss, Linda?
Well, mainly Winnipesaukee Day.
That was a big one.
I think that really
trying to get that nailed down so we can divvy up duties and start getting it working. And then we had a sidewalk committee meeting too, and hopefully the sidewalk committee is starting to formulate. We had the survey done, and some contradictory information on the survey. So we're looking at that, but they'll come with a recommendation to the Board of Selectmen, at least for some dimensional ideas for the sidewalks and clearances and uses and potential license agreements with stakeholders and whatnot who use our sidewalks.
Okay, I went to the Chamber of Commerce Executive Board meeting. I had a Wolfeboro Waters Committee meeting, and then I went to the First Congregational Church Echo Sunday and brought pamphlets and material to that event, and Abigail Adams really put it all together, and I want to thank her for that. I joined Brian for the ad hoc sidewalk. I went to the South Main Street project, EDC, and today, middle of the day, I attended a webinar on cyanobacteria and what landowners can do to help deal with stormwater runoff, and I expect that Wolfeboro Waters will be coming out with more of that information. Mr. Pinio, you're next.
So, couple of items. Barry will be back, I believe it's next Board of Selectmen's meeting, to talk about pole relocations for the Route 28 corridor project. Once he gives that presentation, New Hampshire DOT will be coming in right now, tentatively June 5th, to talk about the project. So Barry will be presenting you what the cost estimates are for the pole relocation for that project going forward. That's something that you're going to have to weigh in on with Barry and New Hampshire DOT. The other item that I wanted to add is today the Municipal Electric, Fire Department, Police Department, and Marine Patrol met down at the town docks regarding where the placement of boats will end up being. At that meeting, New Hampshire Fish and Game showed up. New Hampshire Fish and Game traditionally parks at Pier 19. Pier 19 is currently under construction. They asked if they could park their boat in our dock space until probably the second week in May. The mailboat will not be here until most likely June 1st. I don't see a big issue with it. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. It seems like it's a good thing to do, to have that asset be able to be deployed as needed. They did talk about the potential of locating them at the Libby. The problem is there's no good site down there for them, so they were concerned about that. So they'd be grateful if we could allow that to take place. I don't see an issue with it, so I'm
Do any board
basically
members have an issue?
asking you guys, do you have a problem with it?
Nope. Not at
Nope.
all.
Swap in here. We're just taking a vacant space that the mailboat is not occupied, put that boat in, mailboat shows up, they go away.
Correct. Okay.
That's all I have.
All righty. Any questions from the press?
Yes, I have a question. I appreciated Barry Muccio's presentation on the infrastructure. And what is the timing of implementation that you are thinking of? Is that a capital improvement project?
I think that's too early to talk about at this point, Alyssa. This is something that is extremely conceptual, and the Board of Selectmen is going to have to consider it, and I don't even know if we'll be thinking about it as a capital project based on where we are with some debt at this point.
Okay, thank you. I also have a question. What was the date on the Stantec meeting with WCTV?
It was Monday.
Monday the 15th.
Okay.
This past Monday?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All righty. Okay, we're moving on to public input. Public input is 3 minutes per person, and we really would like to not go more than 15 minutes. It's already 10 o'clock. So.
This is not 3 minutes.
Will you pull the microphone down, please?
This is not 3 minutes, because I'm talking about the law. I'm not talking about your personal opinions. I'm talking about the law. Now, and under due process, I have a right to say everything I have to say. Now, I'm very confused, and the people should realize it. The system, how it's working, confuses me. Now, I come before the town, the selectmen, like I did, and I go before the police. And I have an issue where, for police misconduct. So now these are the two places that you go to, and that's what I did. Now, the point is, if I prove that I was violated, my constitution was violated, let the people know where you, the town, comes in and how you proceed with my complaint. Never mind the police commissioners, never mind the police. Where do you come in? Now, I came to you, and I went to the police, and I went to the police commissioners. So, as far as resolving this, what is your legal procedure in my complaint? What does the law tell you that you have to do?
The Board of Selectmen, and I think we've sent you a number of letters on this.
No, I want to just answer my question. I don't want long talks.
Josephine, you can either... I am trying to answer you, and you're interrupting me.
All right, what is your position?
My position is that the police commission are the ones responsible.
Forget the commissioners, forget
That's
the police.
the state law.
What is your permission, the town? What is
RSA
your duty?
105C governs.
What about your duty to investigate?
You don't like my answers. I've answered you.
What?
I answered you. That is under the police.
What is your duty to investigate? Not the police. You're talking about the police, and you're talking about the commissioner. I am saying you, the town, him, Pinio, where do you come in? What is your duty when somebody complains that the town has to take action? Only the selectmen and Pinio. That's all I'm talking about. What is your duty under the law?
Nothing.
So you can sit and watch and do nothing. According to the law, you can do nothing. You don't do any investigation on your own.
Not on the police.
Well, I think you're wrong, because I have papers here to show you that Mr. Pinio and the town did investigate. They do investigate. I got your papers right here with your signatures that you investigated. So you're saying you don't. And I am going crazy because you say something that doesn't make sense. You want to see the papers where you signed and said, we investigated and found nothing wrong? You investigated. Now you're telling me you do nothing. Do you realize I'm in a state of frenzy here? Because I'll tell you, government is going to have nothing to do with the people anymore. You people, we're going to make our own decisions, and they're already starting this. They're starting to have, what, honey?
I was here too, and I would like to speak.
Well, tell them. They should
Okay.
have made you speak a long time ago.
Okay.
Instead of having
Josephine,
contracts.
Josephine, your time, Josephine, your time is over. Audrey,
I have to go through my issues here.
Josephine.
No, I am not going to stop, because under due process, nobody can stop me.
Wait a minute.
It is my
Josephine.
right under the law. I
Josephine.
want my answers on why you say you lied to me.
Josephine.
See, Josephine.
No, are they courteous? Are they courteous? Well, they should have never made you wait for contracting.
You're taking our time.
Well, you should have said that a long time ago when they were talking with contractors. Now I have you in writing, signed.
You're past your 3 minutes.
I want to know, why are you lying to me when it's not the, get your hands off of me. Get away from me.
I need,
Officer, can you get her away from me?
I need you to sit down. Your time is over. And we give you, we
I
have
want to
given.
know why you said something and now you're saying it's not true.
Josephine.
I want to know why you're lying.
You need to sit down.
Sir, officer, can you get her away from me?
No, they're gonna
Sit down.
I have my First Amendment.
You need to sit down, Josephine, please.
They are, they're
Josephine, you're done.
they're violating our civil rights. They're frauds. They're frauds. They don't protect us. The point is, they don't protect us. They have to go. We're going to make our own decisions. They don't protect us. They don't protect us at all. And I'm going to stop and I'll show you how to do it.
Okay, I think Audrey, you were next.
We're having a little tug of war here, who goes next. Oh, it's too bad. I got a little petition here that it makes the point, had we had the opportunity to have public comment in the beginning, I wouldn't have to be doing this at the end, but I've got a petition that is signed by a few individuals that said we would please like to have you reinstate and reconsider having public comment first, under whatever rules you choose.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Suzanne, how many people signed the petition? Just curious.
What?
How many people signed the petition?
Did it yesterday. And it isn't the point of a petition, it's just that I figure you get tired of hearing me. So I figure I get a few other people to join in. All right, so tonight was, I was writing some notes here. Tonight almost made me bring out a point. I'm gonna go really quickly over this because I know there's others that want to speak. But two words came to me yesterday, and I got to thinking about it, and it's called strategic planning. And any of you that have went to business school, I'm sure they've run through what strategic planning is. And I think from hearing the fragmented stuff tonight, we have a CIP, we have a master plan. That's not strategic planning. We need one management overhaul. And I think that we manage too often under the crisis mode, lag behind mode. Pinio's putting out fires all the time, no pun intended. It benefits the town to have, I would think, a consultant come in and wrap all this together. We've got huge infrastructure, financial problems, not just management, financial and management. And with a strategic plan, you would have a person to come in to help you put a strategic plan together with short-term goals, directive goals, long-term, improve decision-making, focus. How about focusing? We go from this to that, to this to that. And then efficiency, reduce wasted resources, and better resource planning. Those are some of the things that could be accomplished. He can't do it all, and it's no reflection on Mr. Pinio whatsoever. When you go to the statute and look what he has to do, I don't know how towns do it with one person. So organization needs to be looked at, not just job descriptions, not just ethics codes. It needs to be looked at in a global effect. That's all, thank you, and it was quite a night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Suzanne.
Oh, Suzanne has the big picture. I have just a tiny little piece of the picture because I'm talking about kind of the same thing. Decision-making systems, having them and using them. So I have an example here that I'd like to just read through. And this is in my area of expertise and interest, and it's the climate enforcement of the land use violations and the decision-making systems that go into that. And this is a specific example with a lot of history because I want you to know the background, and right at the end I'll ask the question about the decision. So I'm just going to read this. 16 Libby Street applied for a building permit for an attached garage with storage above, with the intent of fitting out the second floor as an accessory dwelling unit when the structure was completed, when an approved conditional use permit through the planning board was in hand, and when money became available to do the finish work. Very common project. The structure was built and 18 Libby Street applied for a conditional use approval for an ADU, an accessory dwelling unit, through the planning board. The planning board requested additional information during the public hearing. The applicant returned at the continued hearing date without all of the requested information. During that hearing, it was suggested by the town planner that the applicant could just apply for a duplex instead. The following day, the applicant withdrew the ADU conditional use application and independently decided to follow the advice from the planning department and applied for a duplex building permit to finish the space on the second floor of the garage. The neighbors appealed the issuance of the duplex permit to the ZBA. The ZBA found that the application did not meet the zoning requirements for a duplex and revoked the building permit. 16 Libby Street then reapplied for an ADU conditional use approval through the planning board. The planning board at this point approved the conditional use permit over the objections of the abutter, and based on insufficient site plan details for mitigating stormwater runoff as required by the conditional use criteria, and based on documented damage to their property, the abutter filed an appeal of the planning board's decision to the State of New Hampshire Housing Appeals Board. That currently is pending a hearing date, which will involve town attorney defending the planning board's decision. It's hard to make predictions, especially about the future. However, I predict, based on the facts as I understand them, that the Housing Appeals Board will agree with the abutters and send this case back to the planning board with instructions to review their decision. The obvious outcome is for the planning board to then require a professionally calculated and designed runoff plan. While that was happening, alongside the applications of proceedings in the 16 Libby building permit ADU situation, there have also been complaints that the garage level of the structure is being used as an unapproved business. This complaint comes from 3 different neighbors and includes compelling photographic evidence. The code enforcement officer investigated the complaints by speaking with 16 Libby Street owner, who denied the allegation and also refused entry into the lower level for inspection. No further steps were taken. The business activity continues. Where am I going with this? There's an off-ramp here for the town. This is one of those times when a good decision can be made using the present system that's in place. There's 2 choices. The town can continue along this present path of defending the planning board decision at the Housing Appeals Board, likely pushing the whole mess back to the planning board and not addressing the business use complaint, which, based on my 15 years of experience, is only going to get worse and is going to pop its ugly head up pretty quickly again. Or the town can decide to investigate and enforce the business use right now, which will require the business to either stop operations or apply for the necessary approvals through the building and planning office, including a site plan review by the planning board, which includes water mitigation, as well as hours of operation, material delivery, employee parking, and so forth. So in either case, the issues are the same. So what makes sense right now, to continue down the first path or to cut the losses and deal with the issue? And that is the decision-making process.
Thank you.
Hello, Bobby Budman. I'm going to tap onto that too. I don't think it's in any of your oaths or your guidelines that you guys are supposed to be overseeing the town. Is that like the daily maintenance of town? That's correct.
We oversee the prudential affairs of the town.
That's right, but not the
Daily running? No,
That's
that's
right.
under the town manager.
Yes, and we know our town manager is really busy. So I'm going to go back to what Suzanne said and tap on Suzanne and Audrey and reiterate, it is time for us to have a park advisory board, some type of committee. I sat in this room tonight and I listened to our financial expert get up here and tell us we are at 47% of our revenue for POP, which, wow, that sounds absolutely amazing. And I was like, that's great, because, you know, we've done 3 months, we really have a 6-month. But then, when you look at the paperwork you guys got, and you receive financial documents on April 11th, your financial reports that include revenue, going off of Chuck's and going off the revenue and the expenditures, our town, on that list that Chuck gave you, it says we paid $50,000 for stick practice, and we paid $50,500 for public skate. So we as a town have paid $100,500. If you look at your revenue reports you received on April 11th through March, the town has actually gotten only $25,176.25 in revenue, meaning the taxpayers have just funded $75,323.75 of that 47% of revenue. I don't think that that is revenue. I think that is the taxpayers subsidizing an enterprise fund. And we need to look at those numbers, and we need to have citizens step up and help, because our recreation department is hemorrhaging tax dollars right now. And I want to see this to be a functioning recreation department. I have a master's in this. I worked in this field. I want everybody in this town to be recreating like crazy. But when the taxpayers have paid $75,000 of that $100,000 that we are logging as revenue, that is something we need to look at. Thank you.
Good evening, Derek Brown, Libby Street. Action-packed night. To Ms. Klein's comment, there have been several statements made at recorded meetings during last year, the last being by me on November 7th, with photographs of the Beckwith property in commercial action and the inaction that took place by the planning department. I will ask that anybody is listening to the meeting, as well as the board members themselves this evening, for a quick recollection of what is supposed to happen. I will ask you to review December 6th, 2022 planning meeting. Go into the timetable of 2 hours, 28 minutes, where you watch and listen to your planning director say, all business and ADU violations that we have ordinances for will be swiftly enforced. Personally, my experience says it all depends on who you know. And do you fall on the right side of popularity or not? That's been our track record on Libby Street, other places we've been looking at these inconsistencies. So for all that want to know, go to December 6th, 2022 planning meeting at 2 hours, 28 minutes, and I quote him as supposed to be doing this, but he is not. That is your planning director, causing the undue stress on the neighborhoods and the process that exists to be done fairly. And to add to this, There is another complaint I currently have filed that is another property doing the very same thing. And that is coming here in very short order, in great detail. Now I will ask, I'll start with Mr. Harriman, one question to make sure that I get this process correct. As a private citizen, when I ask to see files and I feel I'm not getting all the complete information, is it because I'm supposed to formally ask for a 91A? Please answer that question to me.
My initial thought on that would be to formally ask for the 91A in writing would guarantee that you get all the available files
Okay,
that
so
are
there's
allowed
no
to be released.
misunderstanding then, is to formally request that. Okay, so as I understand it, I have an impression, but I'd rather hear your point of view. What does that allow me if I state I'm looking for a 91A for the following information? What is the time frame for a legal response from the board or from the departments?
I defer on that. I'm not
Does
sure.
somebody know other than me?
A 91A request, you should receive some form of a response which dictates a plan within 5 days.
Okay, I had a slightly different impression, but you're pretty confident that's what it is, though, Mr. Pinio? So within 5 days, I would get a response as to when I might get it. I won't get the information in 5 days.
You may get some of the information in 5 days, but the takeaway is it might take longer than 5 days to produce what you're looking for. Therefore, we have to provide you a response that says, we will have this information to you by X date.
Okay.
Or correspond back with you by X date.
Okay, so some of the chatter I've heard around town, again, so that's what, I'm not here to present chatter. So I'm looking for the facts and from you guys because you should know best. So if you have limitations in your IT staffing because they can't get on servers to get data timely, does that mean we're left with this ambiguous number of we're going to get back to you when we can, or is there a reasonable time frame we should expect the information that might not be readily available?
Should be reasonable time frame.
Okay. Great. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
Do I have anybody else who would like to give us some public input tonight? Come on up. You can end it. We haven't had much public input tonight.
Jody Person. I just wanted to mention I've been using the Mass Landing ramp. It works really well, except
Okay.
I just wanted to get on record, the stonework done up above the concrete things is already starting to dip down in, and it's not going to last. I didn't know if that's going to be, would that be under like whoever did it, will they go back and fix it for nothing? Because
I'm glad you're saying that. I was down there probably 3 or 4 weeks ago, and they were to go back and to straighten it out because it wasn't level. So I can check.
I just wanted to
we'll
mention
check.
it. And it is a 100% improvement. I guess the next thing I'll just want to say is, again, I hate to keep bringing up the Pop Whalen, but man, I just think that's just a slow motion car wreck, and I don't know where we're going to go with this. And I'd like to thank you, Paul, for applying a little pressure on getting the financials and getting things in order. I mean,
Can I address that? I know it's not supposed to be Q&A. I would disagree with your assertion that it's a slow motion.
Yeah.
I think what needs to be done is we have a brand-new operation. The voters fully funded it. We gave them everything they need to be successful, and now we need to help him, and I say him because of Chuck as the steward there. We need to help him be successful. In my personal opinion, we could poke at him, we could nail him, we could just dump on him. That gets nothing done. Now, am I happy that I got an answer tonight? No. But am I going to try to keep helping the guy? If Jim wants me to, I'll do that.
Oh, absolutely.
So that's what
I'm
I
not
think.
saying that.
I want to turn the frown, and I'm not saying you're frowning, but I want to turn the frown towards how do we help the Pop Whalen be successful? Not reorganize it, but how do we help it? That's, so that, and I don't think it's a slow motion.
Well, I think
thing.
it needs a lot of help.
Needs some
I mean,
work, yeah.
It really does.
I'm okay with that.
Like what was tonight's, the unexpected donation? How does that get accepted at 100 and, what was it, 103,000?
Well, actually, I questioned Jim about that. That was on a Board of Selectmen meeting back in December.
October.
It was October. It was brought to the board. The board accepted it. The money didn't come in last year, so it didn't get stuck on the books. It came in this year, so now it's on the books.
So it's a timing,
so if you kind of do
it's a timing thing, or
you do the walkthrough, that's legit. I
Yeah.
had a question about why does it show up as revenue? Why doesn't it show up as capital?
Yeah.
And I just want to push back a little bit with respect.
That's fine.
I don't think it is a slow motion thing. I think we need to just help.
Well, we'll see if it misses the tree, but it's skidding towards a tree.
Run some pickleball time.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Have a good night.
One more.
Sorry. I really was so nervous about tonight that I forgot part of it. I think that the water and sewer are monumental, and it doesn't get enough
Brad's on it.
airtime.
I agree.
I looked at the CIP quickly before I came over, and to bring the town water service upgrades, it had a figure of $4,779,000. That's in the CIP 10-year plan. And then the sewer that we kind of like to shove under the rug is not even talking about, let's see, it's $2 billion. The town's valuation, I can't even say those numbers. I don't even know how to think that far. $2,452,000,000. And eventually, we're going to have to spend for the sewer over the 10 years, $14 million. We're looking at $19 million. And to your question, which was a good question from my perspective, Paul, is how did we end up with two major multi-million-dollar building projects within a year of each other? That's what brought to mind strategic planning. We're not doing it. We're all over the place. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wish you luck, all of you. It's been a hard night.
Great way to send us home. Does anybody else want to give us any public input? Can I have a motion to go into non-public?
I'll move.
Second.
Go into non-public.
Okay, Dave moved, Brad second. Dave, yes?
Yes.
I'm yes.
Yes,
Brad?
yes.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, everybody.